Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to week 3 of the inquiry proceedings. Now, I recognise most faces around the table, but for the benefit of those who may be watching the live stream and are new to the inquiry, perhaps I can start with some initial introductions. My name is Karen Black and my colleague is Robert Seaton. We are the reporters appointed by the Scottish Ministers to conduct the inquiry relating to the proposed wind farms at Gour and Rothes 3. Now, I see parties around the table today are firstly for the Gour applicant. I see Mr Marcus Trinnick, accompanied by Kirsty Smith. For the Rothes 3 applicant, we have Mr Gordon Steele, accompanied by Nicola Martin, solicitor, and I also see Mr Denny down at the bottom there, your landscape witness also. We have also for Murray Council, Mr Ewan Brown, advocate, accompanied by Cameron Gregg, and I see Miss Anderson is also joining you today, and you have your witness, Mr Mark Steele.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
I also see there's a gentleman there, I believe, from Highland Council, Mr Roddy Dowell. Are you just here in an observing capacity today?
That's correct, yeah. I don't think there's going to be any particular issues that affect Highland Council, so just observing today.
Thank you. Now, I think we're all fairly familiar with the inquiry proceedings and protocol, so I don't intend to go over those other than to remind everyone to check in and out of the venue, adhere to social distancing requirements and to wear face coverings when you're not at your seats. Can I also ask everyone just to make sure that their mobile phones are on mute. So, in terms of the programme today, we will be hearing evidence from Mr Mark Steele for Murray Council in terms of the landscape and visual impacts of the Rothes 3 proposal. Mr Brown will start with evidence in chief for the Council, and Mr Steele QC will then cross-examine the Council's witness. And Mr Seaton and I may also have some questions, and that will be followed by re-examination by Mr Brown. Excuse me. Now, before we start today, we have a number of matters really on the back of some discussions last week. The first note I have is just really a follow-on from the matters related to the Murray Council's report to its planning committee today relating to the proposed changes to its former supplementary guidance, including the onshore wind energy guidance being sought under delegated powers to the committee today. Following on from the discussion, Mr Templeton, the Council's policy witness, submitted a supplementary recognition on Friday of last week outlining the proposed changes included in the recommendation to the committee, and we would like to thank Mr Templeton for preparing that at short notice. Can I just check that everyone who's participating today has a copy of that?
Yes.
All parties have. Thank you. I think for completeness, can I also ask that, obviously we are aware that the committee is taking place at the moment, but I think it would be prudent if perhaps Mr Brown, on behalf of the Council, could confirm the outcome of the committee as soon as possible, effectively, if we can, before the end of proceedings today. That would be very helpful.
Certainly, Madam. That was my intention, to try to do that.
Thank you very much. Now, we have a number of other procedural matters relating to the, firstly, about the inquiry programme over the next few days. We received a request to hear Ms Sidgwick's the evidence in chief on policy matters for the Gour applicant as part of today's programme. Ms Sidgwick is included in the programme for tomorrow's policy session. Now, As we know, Mr Templeton is attending the Council's committee meeting and I believe won't be available today. Has that position changed, Mr Brown?
No, Madam, it's not. It's been discussed with Mr Templeton and I trust it will be understood that the programme has now been fixed for a number of weeks and Mr Templeton is busy dealing with his day job, if I can put it that way. He also has other commitments for the Council and he's structured his diary on the basis that he would be available all day tomorrow and all day Thursday for the purpose of giving evidence. And obviously I wish him to hear Ms Sidgwick's evidence. It does strike me that a draft programme was circulated some weeks ago. And if it was thought that the timetabling for today's session was overly generous, then there was ample opportunity to raise that then. And indeed, both of the applicants did raise observations on the draft timetable, with the result that additional time was made available to Rothes 3 for cross-examining Carol Anderson, and time was made available to Clash Gour for the purpose of asking Ms Anderson questions at the end of her evidence. So there was a procedure which could have been followed to deal with this, and unfortunately it just comes too late now for arrangements just to be made at the drop of a hat to accommodate the applicants here. We're not trying to be difficult about it. I hope it will be understandable that a busy person such as Mr Templeton has demands upon his diary constantly, and he has made sure that he's available tomorrow and Thursday. And simply put, it's quite unfair to now be harassed at this late stage to try to achieve Mr Templeton being available this afternoon. There's also the practical point which occurred to me when thinking about this, and that is that if Ms Sidgwick's evidence were to start today in chief, there is a racing certainty then that Mr Templeton will start his cross-examination tomorrow afternoon, and of course he would then be in Purda overnight. I appreciate that sometimes there's no alternative to that happening, but if it was to be agreed today that Ms Sidgwick's evidence starts today, then it would be a racing certainty he would be in Purda overnight, tomorrow night. No other witness so far has had that, and it's best avoided. I appreciate that that position will have to be reviewed tomorrow, but it's appropriate to review it tomorrow, not make it, as I say, a racing certainty today.
Thank you, Mr Brown. Mr Trinick, any comments?
Yes, I assure Mr Brown that Murray Council are not under attack if they take the view they have. I respect their views, so that's okay. My objective is to try to shorten the inquiry as much as possible. Every hour in this room costs somebody money, and other things can be done. We now know that Mr Kelly has offered to deal with his evidence in writing. That's ultimately a decision for the reporters. I just signal I'm entirely content if he wants to give his evidence in writing without any loss of weight to that evidence, because we had the chance to cross-examine. I actually didn't have many questions anyway. I can deal with matters other ways. So I'm happy with that suggestion. That being the case, that means that the Thursday programme is somewhat shorter. And I think it's a general wish in the room to finish this inquiry as soon as may be, frankly, after 2.5 weeks. I appreciate Mr Templeton is busy, but so are a lot of people, and everyone gives up what they do to come to this inquiry, including members of the public. But part of his job will be to appear at this inquiry. Now, if he really can't make time at the end of the committee to come and listen to Alison Sidgwick, he can, of course, watch it on webcast, and therefore there's no prejudice to Mr Templeton for watching that on webcast. In terms of his own cross-examination, well, as Mr Brown says, it's not desirable, but lots of witnesses are in Purda overnight. Mr Welch was in Purda overnight. This happens sometimes, so that wouldn't be a reason for not hearing Alison Sidgwick today. So I reassure Mr Brown there's no need to be too defensive about it. I'm not attacking him. I'm just trying to seek a means of bringing this inquiry to an end as soon as possible. So my request stands.
Mr Steele, any comments?
Yeah, indeed I do, Madam. In relation to the programme, as we know, the programme is a draft programme which has changed several times during this inquiry, which is why we've been reissued with new programmes on an occasional basis when matters have changed. Anybody experienced in these matters knows that things can chop and change. So that, with respect, is not a good point. The point is made that Mr Templeton cannot attend. Well, our understanding is that the committee meeting finishes around lunchtime today, and if that is so, there seems no good reason why Mr Templeton cannot attend this afternoon, and in any event, he could very readily watch the live webcast, because that's the purpose of the live webcast, to enable people to watch it, failing which he can, of course, watch it later in the day on catch-up TV, as it were. So there's absolutely no issue of prejudice here at all. My best guesstimate is that Mr Steele will complete his evidence well before 4 or 4:30 today. I'm not guaranteeing it will all be over by lunchtime, Mr Steele, but it certainly would leave vacant time this afternoon, and I suggest it would be wasteful of resources, a number of people involved in this, an unnecessary expense if we've then got a void for whether it is 1, 2 or 3 hours, I know not. But in my submission, progress should be made. There's no conceivable prejudice to the Council that has been established or indeed can be established. So I would urge progress. It is also in accordance with the new COVID rules to have as few gatherings of people as is possible and over as short a time as possible, and to drag this inquiry out seems contrary to the spirit and intention of these rules. So we would urge progress for all of these reasons.
Do you have any comments in respect of the point that was made by Mr Trenica about Mr Kelly's evidence on Thursday, just looking at the programme for Thursday?
Madam, I think the error is probably mine. I forgot to take instructions on that, frankly. We were going to discuss it this morning, and it entirely slipped my mind. So I'd like, if I may, to come back to you on that. I note Mr Kelly's not here today.
Mr Brown, any further comments?
Yes, Madam. Just one point to reiterate, and that is that it's fully accepted that attending the inquiry is part of Mr Templeton's job. But my point was that in connection with his job, he has other commitments for this afternoon, and he structured his diary in that way to make sure he is available for the slots tomorrow and Thursday, which he is committed to.
Well, Madam, without labouring the point, you can watch the webcast later in the day. We all work in the evenings and at weekends in these inquiries. I fail to understand why Mr Templeton should be an exception to that.
I think I certainly have considerable sympathy with Mr Templeton's position. They've run it, the council committees, there's no guarantee it may finish at lunchtime. I know that from personal experience. I think, to be fair, in terms of a reasonable approach for Mr Templeton to be given time to prepare for tomorrow, it may well be, given the circumstances, if depending on Mr Kelly's evidence, whether that's heard on Thursday, there is potential that there may be some time free on Thursday, but there's no guarantee. But I think, certainly from my perspective, I think it's fair, to be fair to Mr Templeton, that we stick to the programme that has been agreed and has been agreed for a number of weeks. There may well be time to take Mr Templeton's evidence tomorrow. We don't know, but that's certainly my preference, is to stick to the programme as agreed.
Thank you, Madam.
we've touched on Mr Kelly's suggestion to have his evidence to be taken as read and considered as a written submission. Perhaps, Mr Steele, you could come back to us later, as you suggested.
I will do, Madam. Apologies.
That
completely slipped my mind earlier.
In terms of other procedural matters, we've received additional documents from the Rothes 3 applicant relating to the Hunt Hill wind farm. I believe these have been added to the core document list. Can I just check that everyone has a copy of those? Mr Turek, you have that?
I do.
Thank you. We also received some additional wire lines and visualisations to reflect the Berryburn 2 application from the Gour applicant. That was in response to the questioning by Mrs Ross from Speyside Community Council. Thank you for those, Mr Turek. And I believe those have been added as core document numbers. Yes, Helen's nodding. We also received the forestry proposal plan for the area around Tap Farm. Again, the details kindly provided by the Gour applicant, and these will also be added to the core document list. Thank you for that.
Madam, just on that, can I just check the unilateral undertaking we have noted as CD 15110, that relates to Hunt Hill, and the acknowledgement from the keeper, which we only received yesterday, is 15111. Is that?
That's correct. Helen's nodding, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other matters before we start the proceedings today, Mr Turek?
Yes, thank you, Madam. 3 brief ones. On SNH and lighting, we're still awaiting for the response to the reduced lighting scheme. We had an email from Jen Heatley yesterday at SNH saying that she's talking to her colleagues this week now and will reply, but there's no guarantee we'll get a reply by the end of the inquiry. I don't think that matters. It'll get to you. So they're on the job. Secondly, you asked for examples of AM conditions in Scottish inquiry decisions, or indeed the Scottish Minister's letters. There are 2 that we've come across. One is CD 1110, which is Chamorry. That's down in Dumfries and Galloway. That didn't go to inquiry. It hasn't been tested, but it was issued with an AM condition. I won't say what the condition was. You can read it. And there is another one issued in 2018 called Greenburn, which is in Perth and Kinross. I think that was, I don't know if it's an appeal decision or a local decision. We're getting hold of it so we can add it to the inquiry documents. There was an AM condition on that permission. We've struggled to find any others. Those are the 2 we found so far. My final point simply is we know that we're due to issue a response to Mr Chatterton by this Friday. That's on course by the end of the inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr Trinett. That's very helpful.
Madam, that prompts one question from me. Do we, by chance, have any update from the Park Authority about our reduced lighting scheme as now agreed? We have heard nothing. I simply wonder if you have.
No, we haven't heard anything, no.
Mr Brown, do you have any other matters you want to raise?
No, Madam. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready to start the proceedings today, so I'll pass over to you, Mr Brown, to lead your witness, Mr Mark Steele.
Thank you, Madam. Mr Steele, could I ask you to have before you your precognition, please?
I have it.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to read all of this. I'll ask you to read a couple of paragraphs, and then my proposal, Madam, is that the remainder be taken as read to save time. So, on that basis, Mr Steele, could I ask you to read section 1.1 of your precognition, please?
My name is Mark Steele, and I'm a fully qualified landscape architect and a chartered member of the Landscape Institute. I was instructed in March 2020 to act on behalf of Moray Council to prepare landscape and visual evidence for the proposed Rothes 3 wind farm planning inquiry.
Thank you. And could I ask you to turn to section 3.1, which is on page 2, and read that section for me, please.
My inquiry report findings are summarised at the end of each section as well as in the conclusion, and are not repeated in full in my precognition. However, my inquiry report finds that the original and alternative proposed developments are not in the right place, as they are located on or near the Carnacailick and Hunt Hill landmark hills, are located on a sensitive skyline, are not set well back into the core of the upland area, and would result in the creation of a wind farm landscape character subtype. My inquiry report and those prepared by Brian Denny on behalf of the appellant raise issues regarding these points that warrant further discussion.
Thank you. And are you content for the remainder of your precognition to be taken as read, Mr.
Yes,
Steele?
indeed. Yes.
Thank you. Now, with regard to your report, which is CD 16.2, I understand there are a few corrections you wish to make to it, and for speed, I'm proposing just to lead you to the corrections.
Yes. Okay.
So the first correction is on page 27. And it's paragraph 511. And at the start of that paragraph, you refer to EIA R figure 10.12, and I understand you wish to change that figure number to 8.6.
Correct.
Correct. And the next correction is to be found on page 113. And the correction is to paragraph B111. And again, there's reference at the end of the sentence there to figure 10.8.12. And again, I understand you wish to change that to 8.6.
Correct.
And on page 116, in paragraph B121, again, at the end of the sentence there's a reference to figure 10.12, and again, I understand you wish to change that to 8.6.
Correct.
I have only two more corrections. One is on page 36. And it's paragraph 542. And in that paragraph, you've referred to EIAR figure 1013, and you wish to change that to 8.5.
Correct.
And the final correction is on page 39. It is within paragraph 552, which starts on the previous page. But we'll see that on the second paragraph on page 39, the line starts, however, a comparison of EIAR figure 1014, and you wish to change that to 8.7.
Correct.
Thank you. And those are the end of the corrections you wish to make.
Indeed.
Okay. Now, if I can ask you about your experience, Mr. Steele, what experience do you have of acting as an expert witness?
I've presented evidence at some 40 wind farm inquiries, both inquiries and hearings, and I've presented evidence at other inquiries relating to various topics, including open cast coal mining, gravel quarries, residential development and business development.
And who have you tended to act for in those inquiries?
I've acted for developers, local authorities and third parties.
Now, could I ask you to have before you CD 32 and its figure 12? I would like you to have a look at. And if you could please just scroll down a little more for me, Helen, thank you. Now, with reference to that figure, do you see the turbines numbered 10, 13, 14, 9, 5 and 6?
I do.
And where do they lie in relation to the hill which is marked Carnacailick?
They lie clearly on the northern flank of Carnacailick.
And if we could look at turbine 9, how close is turbine 9 to the summit of Carnacailloch?
It sits about 500 metres from the summit point.
And if we were to talk about that in terms of elevation, how far below the summit is turbine 9?
It sits approximately 20 metres below the summit at that point.
Again, with reference to this figure, where is the ridgeline between Carnacailloch and Hunt Hill located? Perhaps you could, first of all, before you answer that, just guide us to where Hunt Hill is on this figure.
Hunt Hill sits to the right hand of the figure and just outside the red line boundary.
Yes.
If we start at Carnacailloch, to the left of the image, if you run from the summit point down towards turbine 13 and just north of that, just to the south of turbine 18, and then across just to the north of turbines 26 and 29 through to the summit of Carn Catoch, which is essentially a double summit with Hunt Hill.
And could you just direct us to Carn Catoch, please?
Carn Catoch sits where there's a hatched area labelled D. It sits just below that point.
Yes, we can actually see the name just running through that hatched area you've drawn our attention to.
Yes.
And therefore, in relation to the Spey Valley, in what direction are turbines 17, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 28 and 29, and what direction are they facing?
Well, they're located on the south-facing slope of that ridge. The lower lying interior of the upland moorland exists beyond that ridge and to the north. Therefore, those turbines effectively spill over outside of that area.
Yeah, and in what direction do they face?
They face to the south and face towards the Spey Valley.
Now, could I ask you please to have a look at CD 313, and this is the same figure 1-2, but this time for the alternative proposed development. And we see there turbines 22, 25 and 26. In what direction do they face?
Again, they face to the south and on that southward-facing slope. And it was informative in Mr. Denny's evidence that he spoke about the preferable location of turbines on those south-facing slopes because that's where the wind generation could be maximised. And clearly, whilst they've removed some of the turbines from that slope, they have chosen not to remove all of them.
Okay, and so does it follow from the answer which you gave me to my previous question that these turbines must also face the Spey Valley?
Yes, they do, and clearly spill out of the lower lying ground to the north.
Okay, can I ask you please to have a look at another figure to be found in CD2, figure 3.1. Now, can I ask you, to what extent are the areas within the red-lined boundary, and in particular those to the north of turbines 3, 4 and 8, free of constraints?
If we look at that, there are a number of constraints identified related to watercourses that are coloured in blue. There's the constraints on peat, which are a darker purple colour, and there's an SSSI, which is coloured appropriately in green. But there are other areas within the red line boundary which seem to be, from this drawing, relatively free of constraint. And those areas do lie within that lower line, central area within the uplands.
Okay, and can I ask you, please, to have before you another figure, CD32, and it's figure 1011. Now, in his oral evidence, Mr Denny stated that there were topographical constraints to the north of the proposed turbines. What's your view on that proposition?
Well, clearly there are areas coloured in yellow, which is level 3 in terms of slope angle hazard. But clearly, if you look at the proposed turbines, many of those are located within or adjacent to those yellow hatched areas. So it hasn't proved to be a constraint for those turbines. And likewise, if you look at the positions of the Rothes 1 turbines, many of those are located within the yellow-coloured area. So the clear implication is that that hasn't proved a constraint to many of the turbines within the currently proposed development, nor within the Rothes 1 development.
Thank you very much. Now, I wish to ask you about the core. There's been lots of discussion about the core during the course of the inquiry. And to do that, could I ask you to have before you CD32 and figure 1.2, which we looked at earlier on?
I have it.
We'll wait. We'll just wait for it to be brought up on the screen. Yeah, thank you. Now, I know this is difficult, but with reference to this map, where would you place the core of this part of the upland?
I think it would be helpful if we scrolled the plan down. Thank you. If you see in the centre of where the image now is, there's Green Hill with a height of 338. The area that's not afforested on the northern flanks of Green Hill roughly coincides with the extent of the SSSI, and no doubt that's why that is the case. In terms of the central of the core area, if you recall, in the capacity study, there's a grey hatched area which is being discussed. If we take the centre of that area as indicative of where the core might be, it runs basically along the boundary of the forestry just south of the summit of Green Hill there. So that line there approximates to the sort of central part of that hatched area. If we then take the area just to the south of that, that forested area was relatively free of constraints in terms of the drawings we just looked at. The area to the left of Green Hill and that forested area was relatively free of constraints, and that lies immediately adjacent to Rothes 1. They are generally lower lying areas, and it would appear to me that there is capacity within that area to accommodate turbines, because that coincides with the core of that part of the upland area.
Now, Madam, Sir, Mr. Steele has prepared a sketch of that, because I appreciate it's difficult to follow orally. Arrangements can be made to have that scanned on this morning and sent, if that would be of assistance. And I would make sure that was done before Mr. Steele started his cross-examination on the point.
Is that an overlay of the existing capacity study map?
Well, sorry, Madam, it's not in that format. It's actually been drawn onto this figure, which is on screen at the moment. But if, Madam, Sir, you would like to have a copy with what Mr. Steele has just described drawn onto the capacity study map, that can also be arranged.
Mr. Steele, you any comment on that?
Absolutely, Madam. It is extremely disappointing that this has never been mentioned to me before. And to spring it on us now, in the midst of evidence in chief, is, I suggest, unreasonable and unacceptable. If this is to be done, we need time to consider it. This is clearly an important matter. The Council are now trying to redesign our wind farm for us, which is of questionable value. But leaving that point aside, this is a new point, a new evidence, and we cannot be ambushed with it at this stage.
Isn't what the council are proposing to do just give us a visual representation of what Mr. Steele has just described, which you, Mr. Steele, didn't object to?
Well, sir, I don't know what they're intending to do. That's the difficulty. Therein the problem. Had this been drawn to my attention over the weekend, or indeed this morning, I would have had a chance to look at it and know where this was going, but I don't know.
Well, should we perhaps take a brief break and allow Mr. Brown to show Mr. Steele the sketch, and then you can give an informed response?
Absolutely, sir. I do require to know what is going on here. Thank you.
So I don't know if this is relevant to Clash Gour or not, so I want to see it as well.
So would, well, should we say until 10:45? Is that enough time for everyone to take a look? Well, you can report back at 10:45 if it hasn't been.
That certainly would be time for an initial look. So can I just say if there are any other surprises from the Council, I'd be very grateful if they could indicate now.
Sir, there are no other surprises, and I apologise to my learned friend, but I realised as I was taking that evidence that it may have been more sensible to have the figure with Mr. Steele's indication of the core before the inquiry, rather than try to take it orally. So my apologies. It was oversight on my part, but I will try to correct it now.
So if you could report back at 10:45, great.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Brown, do you want to add anything before I ask for Mr. Steele's view?
No, Madam, safe to say that it's obviously a very rough sketch, and the cross-hatched area in the centre below Green Hill was the area to which Mr. Steele was referring, and it was intended only for assistance, Madam. He's given his evidence on that. It's just to aid the evidence which he's already given.
Mr. Steele, any thoughts?
Yes, Madam. Clearly, we're all keen to make progress. What I've been handed is, at best, a sketch plan. I don't know if you've seen it or not yet, Madam. There's crossings out on it. I'm not entirely clear what it is, but what I would propose to make progress is that this should be allowed in. I think ultimately will actually help us in relation to the Council's approach to this matter. But if this could be allowed in, and if I could have at least the break over lunch to consider it with my witness, who will be looking at it now, together with, I hope, people upstairs, and we'll discuss it at lunchtime. If I need a little bit longer, perhaps you'll indulge me on that, but I'm not sure that that will be required, given what I've now been handed. I should say, of course, that this contains a new approach by the Council, not previously disclosed in the inquiry report, which I've spent rather a long time working on, but let's leave that little difficulty aside meantime.
Yes.
Sorry, I have a problem with this as well, because LCT 10 is a single area. It doesn't divide at the Dallas-Nakando Road. And part of Clash Gour is an LCT 10, so anything which is said in evidence about the core of LCT 10 has implications for Clash Gour as well as Rothes 3. That this should have been given in evidence by Carol Anderson, hopefully in the written material submitted before the inquiry, if not by Mr. Steele in his written evidence, because we could then have read that and responded to it through Mr. Welch when he gave evidence. Mr. Welch is gone. He's not coming back. I've missed the opportunity to respond to this point. These whizzo last-minute ideas have a habit of going belly up for procedural reasons. And this one should too, I'm afraid. Even without a plan, if Mr. Steele starts to describe the area, there's still prejudice to Clash Gour because I haven't got a witness to deal with the point. So, although I appreciate what Mr. Steele's saying, he's got his witness there. I haven't.
Yeah, sorry, I should have made clear, and Mr. Trinick's very helpfully prompted me. I, of course, reserve the right to recall Mr. Denny, because these are matters that have not previously been put and were not put to Mr. Denny, according to my recollection, in cross-examination. I do not recollect any suggestion of these new points being put to him, and it seems clear that these are very recent thoughts to the Council, and it can only cause difficulties for the process here. But I'm content to allow this sketch in for what it shows and what it speaks about the Council's approach.
You've heard my position. I'm not so keen. Yes, I might need to recall Mr. Welch, and that's not going to be this week to deal with it. In all fairness to the applicant, I know you'll want to try to get a workaround solution to this. I'm not sure it's that easy. What is or is not the core of LCT 10 is actually quite fundamental. And this is the first we've heard of the issue in the evidence. It obviously is a last-minute thought, or it would have been put in evidence. So I stand by my position.
I think Mr. Seaton and I would like a further 5 minutes just to consider the comments that have been made, and we can perhaps come back at, well, it might be an opportune moment actually to take a coffee break at the moment. So if we come back at 11:10, and we can follow on proceedings from there. Thank you.
Thank you.
But before we do, does Mr. Brown have a response to those points made by Mr. Trinick and Mr. Steele? In particular, is this intended? Is your case that this is the core of? Sorry, is the case being made by the Council that this is the core of LCT 11?
I've been saying 10. I meant 11. My
10.
apologies.
Sorry, sir, it's 10. LCT 10.
It is LCT 10, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mistake.
Just to frame the context of it, the question of where the core lies has been raised, and I understand.
Sorry, I wonder if my friend can speak into that microphone. Sure. I'm having difficulty. Apologies.
My recollection, Madam, is that in one of your questions for Mr. Denny, you asked about the core, and you asked Ms. Anderson about the core as well. But I'm happy to check my notes, but that's my recollection.
I recall it was a question about being set well back. I think the wording that's related specifically to being set well back.
Yes, Madam.
Rather than a definition of the core.
Yes. Yes, no, I accept that, Madam, but it spins out of that question.
Sorry, ma'am. There's not been any attempt to put the core on a map or to actually define the core of the area. The most we've had is well set back. And when I cross-examined Carol Anderson using a map to try and get to the heart of the matter, we certainly didn't discuss core. It was simply the effect of citing Clash Gour where it is in relation to the attributes of LCT 10 and 11.
And, Madam, my clear recollection is there was no suggestion put to Mr. Denny, nor Mr. Welsh, although that doesn't trouble me, it may trouble others, but certainly not to Mr. Denny, that this, what I now see in my hand, understand to be the core. He was never asked about this, and this could be important. In fact, this probably is very important. This really is not an acceptable way for the Council to proceed. As I say, I'm very happy to have this map in, but the bigger point is this was never put to Mr. Denny.
Yes, well, as I said, we'll take a break and we'll reconvene at 11:10. Thank you.
we have a couple of concerns about this document. It's not clear to us how relevant this really is to the proposed development. After all, what we're considering here is the proposed development and its acceptability in terms of policies. I'm not clear how this sketch map helps us in that respect particularly. It seems to be at best perhaps a reinterpretation of the landscape capacity study, and I'm concerned that questions on these matters haven't been put to Mr. Denny and to Mr. Welsh, and that we may have to go back with further examination in chief, with further examination, further evidence from them. So I am also concerned that there's a number of lines on the map for which we may or may not have an explanation in evidence. There's a hatched area, there's a line to the south, there's a line to the north, there's an SSSI marked. I'm afraid we would have to go through all of that in evidence and then in cross-examination. So given that at best I think the map would have a limited relevance, I'm inclined to refuse it, to refuse to admit it.
Thank you, sir. I apologise for the delay which has been caused this morning. I hadn't intended it to become such an issue, so I'm quite content to continue with Mr. Steele's evidence in chief.
Sir, can I also say that if there's an attempt simply to verbally talk us through whatever this does or does not show, then I will object to that, because that would be achieving the same ends by different means, and the same objections would apply, that none of these points were put to earlier witnesses. So I simply put down a marker now, and I hope that the Council will depart from this attempt to redesign our wind farm, which is what it seems to be.
Okay, bearing those comments in mind, Mr. Brown, I'll pass over to you again.
Mr. Steele, can I take you back, please, to your report? And could I ask you to look at page 89 in that report, which I think will be electronic page 90.
I have it.
Yes, thank you. I've just noticed it's not on screen. Sorry, Helen. It's Mr. Steele's report. (16.2), and I think it will be electronic page 90. And it's the section 7 at the bottom of that page, Helen, design review. And this is a section of your report where you talk about the siting and design objectives. And if I could ask you, having orientated you in your report, could I ask you please to turn to page 94, which will be electronic page 95. Sorry, you just passed it, Helen. So if you can come down further for me, thanks. Now, you see a paragraph starting there, furthermore, the capacity study?
Yes.
Could you just read that, please?
Furthermore, the capacity study, paragraph 16.3, states that some limited scope has been identified for very large turbines around 150 metres high to be accommodated in this more extensive upland landscape. Turbines should be set well back into the core of the upland areas, avoiding ridges and hills which form immediate skylines to the adjacent smaller scale settled rolling farmland and forest with valleys, narrow farm valleys and broad farmed valley, and that turbines should not be sited on or close by the landmark hills of Millbury, Carnacalich, Hunt Hill and Brown Muir.
And could you read the next paragraph, please?
The submitted proposed development is not sited well back into the core of the upland area, and EIA-R figure 1.2 demonstrates that the proposed turbines are located on the northeastern flank of Carnacalig and the northern and southern flanks of a ridgeline between Carnacalig and Hunt Hill, part of the ridges and hills which form the immediate skylines to LCT7, Broad Farmed Valley.
Right, thank you. So, in your opinion, would there in principle be potential scope within the upland for large or very large turbines between 80 and 150 metres?
Yes.
And generally speaking, where would that be in relation to the proposed location of the turbines?
Generally speaking, to the north of the existing proposal.
Could I ask you, thank you, could I ask you to have before you figure, I'll just get the correct reference. It's CD 3.3 and it's the EIAR figure 817F, which is for viewpoint 4. And we now have that on screen. So, in light of what you have just said, Mr. Steele, using this as an aid, where do you say there is scope?
Well, what we can see there is an array of turbines, both existing and proposed. The taller turbines to the left of the view are the Rothes 3 turbines. The smaller turbines to the right of the view are the existing Rothes 1 turbines. If we go to the turbines to the furthest left, they sit beyond Hunt Hill. And you can see that it's a double peak just at that point with its adjacent partner. You can also see at that point that the turbines are on and spilling over that ridge to the south beyond at that point. So there's an existing ridge that runs between Hunt Hill and Carnacalig on that side of the view. Sorry, to the right of the view, we also have higher ground as well. And that's the one to the foreground of the turbines that you can see, the existing turbines, is Bracken Neutz, and that provides some containment on that side. And between the two, we have quite clearly a lower lying area. And you'll see various references in my report and in the capacity study to the lower lying interior of the upland area. And the forested area that you can see approximately in the centre of that, between those two higher areas, is the area where there is potential capacity.
Yeah, and that forested area you're describing is, we see in that forested area some turbine towers at the moment.
So I wonder, just before this line is developed further, could I have confirmation whether these points were put to Mr Denny? It may be my fault, I simply don't recollect these points being put to Mr Denny, because there may be a very good answer to these issues.
Well, Madam, the point is that Mr Steele has referred to this in his report, and all I'm doing is getting clarity from his report here as to what he was referring to. I have finished the point, Madam, and no objection was taken before when I first put the photograph to Mr Steele.
Well, I wonder if I could have an answer to the question, though. Were these points about the capacity area more suitable put to Mr Denny? I simply don't recollect it. Or is this a new point?
Sorry, Madam, we're just checking our notes just now. Sir, Madam, rather than delay matters, I think I should just move on the basis that it wasn't specifically put by me to Mr Denny in that way. I certainly didn't put viewpoint 4 to him.
Yes, that's fine, Mr Brown.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Now, on the question of viewpoints generally, Mr Steele, you'll remember that Mr Denny said there were few viewpoints towards the development. What is your position on that?
Yes, clearly, the purpose of the viewpoints is to be representative of views.
I'm sorry, could you bring the microphone a bit closer to you? It's just can't quite hear.
Okay. The purpose of the viewpoints is clearly to represent the views of the proposed development from various locations geographically. They're not expected to be comprehensive in terms of showing every view, but they are nevertheless representative. And therefore, the views from, say, Ben Aigan and Ben Rinnes are representative of views from high points, but they're not representative of views from all high points, or indeed all points on Ben Aigan or Ben Rinnes. A case in point would be viewpoint 6 on the A95, where when one travels along the A95, the views are either enclosed by woodland or they open out. And where they open out, because the A95 is set on the lower slopes of the southern side of the Spey Valley, the views tend to be orientated toward the north and north-west. So viewpoint 6, for instance, is an example of that, where previously, as you were travelling north, you had enclosed views and those views open out. So therefore, and it's not unique, because I don't know whether you were able to visit them, but I suggested a couple of locations further down south on the A95 where there would be views of the development. So it's representative of a pattern of views rather than just a single view. So therefore, while they're relatively few, those views are nevertheless rather important. And I would also add that their relative scarcity actually adds to their importance, because that's part of the drama of your experience of driving along the A95.
And who are the likely receptors for those views which are available?
Well, the majority of people who live, work, or are visiting the area will travel along the A95 on a reasonably regular basis. Therefore, it is a key viewpoint in terms of representing receptors. And of those, tourists are likely to be a high level of sensitivity as well, or susceptibility.
Okay, now Mr Steele, you mentioned viewpoint 6 there. I'd like to take you to CD 3, and it's the EIAR figure 819. And that is on the screen before you. And I think you said that this road is likely to be used by people living, working and visiting the Spey Valley?
Indeed.
Yeah. And is this view unique or representative?
Well, as I say, it's not unique. It's representative of views as one travels north along the A95 in particular, but also as one travels south as well.
And what, if anything, makes this viewpoint distinctive?
The skyline is obviously distinctive at this point, and within that, one can clearly pick out Carnacalich because of the contrast between the open moorland and the adjacent forestry which covers the remainder of the skyline. So although it's not, Carnacalich isn't, you wouldn't describe it as prominent in this particular view, it is distinctive.
Yes, and how prominent is the skyline, generally speaking?
The skyline is prominent because it forms the backdrop to the view, and it contains the view, and S&H guidance points to the fact that skylines draw the eye because that defines the edge of the view.
Okay, well, we'll maybe come back to that point in a moment about SNH, now that you've mentioned it, but in what way is the skyline relevant to the Spey Valley Special Landscape Area?
Because the Special Valley citation mentions the importance of skylines.
Okay, well, could I ask you then to have before you CD 516, please? And is this the citation you're looking for, Mr. Steele? Is this the
Yes, it is.
Yes.
It's on page 45.
Right, which is electronic page 35, Helen? And it's page 45, numbered in the right-hand side. Thank you. Now, which sections, or what sections would you like?
If we go to sensitivity to change
Yep.
in the top right-hand corner,
Yes.
and the bottom, the last of the bullet points there, which reads, wind energy development sited in adjacent upland areas and visible on prominent skylines, which would affect the character and views from these well-settled and visited valley.
Could I ask, Helen, that you scroll up so we've got the bottom of the page, just so that Mr. Steele has all of the management guidance? Is there anything there?
Again, the last bullet point, development proposed in surrounding upland areas should minimise the landscape and visual impact on the SLA, including views and vistas along the valley.
Okay. And in response to my last question, you mentioned the guidance which is available from SNH on this topic. And could I ask you to have before you CD 717, please?
I have it.
Thank you. And which part of this document were you referring to when you mentioned the guidance?
There's a section on skylines running from paragraphs 3.26 through to 3.28.
Which we can find on electronic page 19, please, Helen. And we've got paragraphs 3.26 to
3.28.
so we have them at the bottom of the screen for you there. And which particular points would you draw to our attention? Or do you just wish to read the paragraphs? You decide.
Well, the third paragraph, paragraph 3.28, is probably the most relevant. Care should be taken to ensure that the wind farm does not overwhelm the skyline. Distinctive and prominent skyline should not be interrupted by turbines. If the skyline is simple in nature, for example over moorland and hills, it's important that the wind turbines present a simple visual relationship to this feature, avoiding variable height and spacing and overlapping of turbines or blade tips intermittently breaking the skyline.
Okay. And how would you describe the effect of the original proposed development on the skyline?
Well, the scale of the turbines is such that the direct comparisons are drawn with the scale of objects in the immediate vicinity of the turbines in terms of the scale of the forestry trees themselves. And then to the front of that you have both the buildings of Archiston as well as individual agricultural buildings that provide scale indicators, which leaves you in no doubt as to the true scale of the turbines. It's not as if you're seeing them across a wide open moorland area where you don't have those scale indicators, and it's more difficult to determine what the true scale of the turbines are.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I'll maybe just ask to have that viewpoint 6 brought back up on the screen so that we can see it as you're talking through it. It's CD 3.3, figure 819F. Yes, this is the viewpoint you were referring to, Mr. Steele.
Yes, unfortunately, on the screen that I'm looking at, the contrast is very poor in terms of the acuity of the turbines. But if one were to look at a hard copy, you get a better indication of what the true effect would be. But clearly, the scale of the turbines relative to the scale of the forestry, which is quite clear in close proximity to it, and then to the fore of that, you have the white gables of various farm buildings, and just to the right of that, you have the buildings associated with the southern edge of Archiston.
Yes, and just if I could just lead you to it, Archiston, in this photograph, if we have a look at the fields, there's a field towards the right-hand side, which is a sort of golden colour in contrast to the greenery which surrounds it.
Indeed.
You have that, and Archiston is just above that.
It is indeed, yeah.
Okay. Now, we obviously have an alternative proposed development here. To what extent are any of your views changed by that alternative proposed development?
Whilst the number of turbines reduces and the scale of the majority of the turbines reduces, they would nevertheless remain a dominant feature on that prominent skyline. And I think that's reflected in the level of significance that's attributed in all the assessments in terms of this remaining significant even after that reduction.
And as this skyline currently exists, to what extent are the turbines of Rothes 1 and 2 visible?
I don't know whether you noticed when you're on site, but it's very difficult to actually pick out those turbines. And certainly, and that's when you're stopped. I think when you're driving, it's not impossible to see them. It's just the very tips of several turbines that can be seen breaking the skyline.
And whether we're talking about the original proposed development or the alternative proposed development, what effect is to be expected the turbines would rotate in the wind? What effect would that have?
Essentially, the basic rule of thumb is that the larger the turbine diameter, the slower the degree of rotation. And so even when you're looking at turbines at a distance, one can still get a sense of their relative scale by the degree to which they're rotating, or the speed at which they're rotating.
And what effect does that have upon the receptor? How does the receptor react to that movement?
It depends how the turbines are juxtaposed. If you see them together or one behind the other, it's quite apparent that there are different degrees of movement, and that would add to visual complexity and will be seen as a negative effect.
And you may remember that Mr. Denny's position is that Carnacaillich provides only some visual containment. What is your view of that statement?
Well, clearly Carnacaillich provides substantial visual containment of the existing turbines and succeeds in its role as defined in the capacity study to contain existing and proposed development. It can be seen that whilst there is some containment for the turbines that are just on the northern flank of the Carnacaillich, one can still see all of the turbines. So that has to be contrasted with its effect at the moment with the existing turbines of Rothes 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you. And in his oral evidence, Mr. Denny said that the design sought to take advantage of topographical screening. What is your comment on that?
Well, the reality is that some of the turbines would be seen on the southern face of the slope, so therefore they don't benefit from any topographical screening. There might be some screening whilst forestry exists to the foreground, but when that forestry is felled, then that screening as well will be lost. So whilst there is some topographical screening for those turbines that sit beyond the ridgeline when viewed from viewpoint 6. That's not for those on the southern face of the ridgeline.
And to what extent does your view change on those matters when considering the alternative proposed development?
Well, clearly the number of turbines on the southern face is reduced in the alternative development, but there are still some that remain on that southern face.
Okay, thank you. Now, could I ask you to turn to viewpoint 7, which is CD 3.3, and it's figure 820F. So, thanks, Helen. And this is the view from Ben Rinnes. And before we start to look at that, why are the views from Ben Rinnes so important?
Well, Ben Rinnes is obviously a very tall mountain and has, therefore, a very broad scope in terms of its panoramic views from the top, which are self-evidently 360 degrees. Because of its iconic shape and prominence, it's also a popular walking route. It's easily accessible. There's a car park at the base of the hill, so it's very popular in terms of the number of people that walk it. And indeed, when I walked it, the car park was full and people were parking all the way up the road and blocking the road and all those sorts of issues. So this is clearly self-evidently a very important recreational resource within Moray.
And how visible would the development be, in your opinion?
Well, we can contrast this to a certain extent with viewpoint 6. Viewpoint 6, the turbines were seen against the skyline, and whilst in the reality one would see them with greater contrast than was shown on the image, it was hard to pick them out on the screen image here. But when we get up into more elevated locations, the turbines are seen against a landform backdrop. So the contrast is exaggerated. So you're seeing what are effectively white or just off-white turbines against, in this case, forested landscapes which read as dark green. Unfortunately, when this photograph was taken, there was a degree of haze and or drizzle perhaps in the foreground. So you can see the contrast of the existing turbines is rather poor, and that's as a consequence of the weather conditions at the time rather than what you'd see on a clear day. Okay,
your comment on the photograph there on visibility, could I ask you to go back to 820A, which is the wire line, which might be easier to work with? Sorry, Helen, it was just in that. It was in that, just if you scroll further up, A. Yes, that's right. And it might be helpful if you could blow up the part in the middle where we have the development in green. Have that. And we see running along the wire line, we've got reference to Meikle Hill, Rothes 1, Rothes 2, Kellis, Rothes 3, and there's Hunt Hill, but that's no longer relevant. What, in your view, is the combined effect of these?
Well, you've got, if you look at the existing turbines of Rothes 1 and Rothes 2, they appear in the wire line to be of a similar scale, although in reality there is a difference in scale. But nevertheless, from this viewpoint, they appear relatively similarly scaled.
Sorry, Helen, can I ask you just to scroll down to the bottom of that?
Yeah.
Very helpful.
There we go.
Thank you.
And then Meeker Hill, which are the blue turbines to the left of that, would appear to be a similar scale to the existing turbines. And likewise, the KLS ones, which are towards the centre of the array of turbines and to the rear, again, seem to be of a comparable scale in that view. However, the Rothes 3 turbines are substantially larger in terms of their scale, both in terms of height and the diameter of the rotor blades as well. And the contrast is quite marked. Not only that, but you're seeing those turbines overlapping with each other, both within the proposed development as well as overlapping proposed turbines in terms of KLS and existing turbines in terms of Rothes 1 and 2. So there are areas within that array that you would describe as visually confused because of the overlapping of the turbines at that, or the overlapping of the wind farms at that point.
Okay, thank you. And we've been looking at the original proposed development. There's obviously the alternative proposed development. To what extent do any of your views change in relation to the alternative proposed development?
Whilst the turbine's scale is reduced, that disparity of the alternative scheme, the turbine height is reduced, the scale difference between the proposed development as well as in contrasting with the Rothes 1 and 2, there would still be a disparity.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask you please to look at viewpoint 18? And the reference for that is CD 3/3, and it's EIAR figure 831F. Sorry, Helen, I think that's the 19. Yes, certainly. CD 3/3, and it's EIAR figure 831F. And would it be possible to blow up, Helen, the part which is just above the broom bushes, the yellow broom bushes? Thank you. Thanks. Now, this is the view from Black's Boat, or to the side of Black's Boat Bridge. Why are views from this location so important?
Because of the visual receptors at this point, you have people using the Speyside Way, you have the road users, which include users on the Whiskey Trail. You have users of the river in terms of fishermen, and also this is a putting in point for kayakers as well. So when I was there most recently, there were, 15 or more kayakers parked up immediately adjacent to the road at this point.
I wonder if Mr. Steele could speak into the microphone, please.
Okay. Is that better? The view at this point is important as well because it's a relatively rare view where you get a view out of the river and the surrounding uplands as well. The key point about the view as well is that you get a perspective formed by the trees to either side, and you get a similar effect when you're actually standing on the centre of the bridge over the Spey itself with the river in the foreground. And the perspective of the river, the perspective of the trees, all direct you to a central point. And the backdrop to that central point is Carnacaillie Hill, which stands out as a heather-covered moorland at that point. So it really is the focal point of the view. And quite clearly, you're going to see turbines over the top of that and upon the top of that skyline. And that is going to become the new focus of the view. So you're basically replacing a fairly iconic view of the Spey and its views and links up to the moorland beyond with turbines that are going to detract from that view and create a new focus.
And what would be that focus?
Focus would be the moving turbines.
Again, this is the figure for the original proposed development. To what extent does your view change when considering the alternative proposed development?
The height of some of the turbines reduces, so fewer will be visible, but you would still nevertheless see turbines, and you would see turbines from the centre of the bridge over the spey as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to take you to viewpoint 19, and the CD reference for that is CD 320, and it's figure 872F. Thank you, Helen. Now, this is a viewpoint from the B9102. Why is the view from this road so important?
It's important for the reason that it forms part of the Whisky Trail.
Okay, and sorry, Helen, could I ask you to move to CD 812, please? Could I ask you, please, oh, sorry, it was that page, thank you. Can I ask you, please, Mr. Steele, to explain the significance of this?
This is the Whisky Trail that's promoted on the Visit Scotland website, and it's day one of 3 days. And this one's described as Glenlivet, Knockando and Craiglecky. Now, quite clearly, the numbering is 1, 2 and 3 on that.
Well, on that point, Mr. Steele, sorry to stop you, but would it be possible, Helen, to enlarge the map, which is at the bottom right-hand side, if possible? Yes, sorry, Mr. Steele, you were talking about numbers. It's quite difficult to see those, so...
Well, the top left one is Knockando, the bottom one is number 1. Knockando is number 2, which is the top left, and the top right one is number 3. And quite clearly, the route is from the south up to Knockando. So therefore, when you're travelling on the road that's illustrated by the viewpoint 19, that's the B9102, you'll be travelling in a northerly direction. And Carnacailick is relatively close to the centre of your direction of travel. The road obviously weaves about a bit, but essentially you're heading towards Carnacailick, and it forms a very prominent feature from that road.
Thank you. Well, we'll just ask to have that viewpoint brought back up on screen, please, Helen. Thank you.
Sitting to the left of that view, because of the way it contrasts with the surrounding forestry, the moorland's more prominent in this location. Again, you would then have the proposed turbines in this particular view just to your right of your direction of travel, and quite clearly highly prominent or dominant on that prominent skyline that's formed by Carnacailick and the ridge running to the right. There's a foreground area of coniferous woodlands there, which isn't in all views, obviously, as you travel along that particular road. In this view, it screens some of the turbines, but that will be for only as long as that forestry was in place and hadn't been felled. And it's obviously approaching a level of maturity.
Well, if we could go back to the previous figure, which is figure E, please, Helen. So that... Yes, does it help to have the wire line before you, Mr. Steele?
Yes, you can see the outline of that landform in the foreground there, which doesn't really screen. So the topography of that hill in the foreground doesn't really screen the turbines. It's simply the forestry, as you can quite clearly see all of the turbines in that view.
And if you were travelling along the 9102 in a northerly direction, for what distance would you see the turbines?
There's a section of about 3.5 kilometres where you would see Carlow-Cayley development for the majority of that section. So basically 3.5 kilometres south of Knockando.
And sorry, did you say that would be the majority of the section?
Yes, because there are localised screens such as vegetation and topography where the road dips down to pass over a couple of burns.
Okay, and again, to what extent? Well, if you're travelling along that road, what views of the Spey Valley, if any, would you have?
Well, as you're travelling along the road, the Spey Valley, the special landscape area is defined by the road at that point, and it's the views to the right of the road that we're interested in. There are views along and up the valley towards Ben Aigan in the distance.
Okay. And again, we've been looking at the original proposed development. To what extent are your views changed by the alternative proposed development?
Again, while some of the turbines will be reduced in height and some will be removed, the overall effect would remain similar and still significant.
Okay, thank you. Now, I wish to turn to my last chapter, which is about wind farm landscape. For you, when considering this question, what is your starting point?
My starting point is and tends to be the S&H guidance, because that's really the only published definition that we have for a wind farm landscape.
Okay, well, I'll ask to have that brought up on screen. Helen, it's CD 717. And could I ask you, please, to turn to paragraph 4.5. Thank you. Yes, maybe just move it up, the page up a little for us. Thank you. So, Mr. Steele, referring to this, what is the relevant part of this for you?
We have an ever-increasing scale of effect from wind farms. So you start off with wind farms where they're of insufficient significance to be perceived as a characteristic of the area, which is one level, which is illustrated by the left-hand sketch below. You then have an area where it's characterised, where wind farms are a key characteristic of the landscape, but not of sufficient dominance to be defined a defining characteristic of the area. And then the final one, where it says, appear as a dominant characteristic of the area, seeming to define the character type as a wind farm landscape character area. And then that's the third sketch on the right below.
Sorry. So in your view, with these proposed developments, or the proposed development for Rothes 3, where are we in this
in terms
range?
In terms of the baseline with existing wind farms, we're really sitting with the central one of the sketches and the central one of the bullet points, where what I would describe as a with wind farms landscape. The proposed development would, for the area to the right of the Knockando to Dallas Road, would create a wind farm landscape character subtype.
And you say subtype, and I noticed that that word is not used by SNH.
No, they use the term landscape character area. So a landscape character area has been created, in my view, if the proposed development were to go ahead. And if we pan down to the next paragraph.
Well, just before we get to that section, Mr. Steele, I do want to take you to that. But there's also been, sorry, just to clarify that point, what you're saying is that you have said subtype, but this guidance says area, and you're talking about the same thing?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And there's been discussion about the area surrounding the footprint of a wind farm, which would also form part of the wind farm landscape. And Mr. Welsh and Mr. Denny both said that the additional area would be 1 kilometre distant from the footprint of the wind farm. What is your view on that?
Well, just to clarify, Mr Welsh said 1 kilometre beyond the footprint.
Yes.
In Mr Denny's evidence, he says within the footprint, and then I think conceded under cross-examination that that might extend out to 1 kilometre. The first point is that the sketch to the right in that view is clearly not taken from within a wind farm. So you don't have to be within a wind farm to experience a wind farm landscape or for a wind farm landscape to be created. Also, I think also there's, and I hesitate to go too far down the road of semantics, but it does appear as a dominant characteristic of the area for the definition of a wind farm
Sorry,
landscape.
I wonder if you could speak up again.
Sorry, it doesn't, it says, again, I'll repeat, it says a dominant characteristic, not the or the predominant characteristic of the area, which is what you would get if you were standing in a wind farm itself. There are clearly effects that extend beyond the footprint of the wind farm, and I think, in my personal view, that those effects would remain dominant for up to 2, maybe up to even 3 kilometres in certain circumstances, depending on both topography and intervening screening, etc. So, in my view, the landscape character subtype would extend beyond the area suggested by either Mr Welsh or Mr Denny.
And you say up to 2 to 3 kilometres?
Yes, there will be circumstances where there are topographical screening where they may be less than that.
Now, you were about to move to paragraph 4.6. I'm sorry I stopped you, so maybe if Helen could bring that up so you have it on your screen. Thank you. And what point did you want to make about this, Mr Steele?
It's that first sentence, really. These effects can occur at varying scales, for example, affecting a local landscape character type. So this is why we've referred to it as a local landscape character subtype, because it has affected the character type, but within a discrete area, or at a regional level. And a regional level is a strategic level. So there are two levels that we're being asked to look at.
Yes. And Mr Denny appeared to approach this in the context of a regional level. What's your position on that?
Mr Denny acknowledges that a wind farm landscape area would be created, but then goes on to say that because it doesn't change the title of the entire landscape character type, that you then move on effectively to a broader regional assessment of clusters. I don't think that's correct. I think one has to come to a conclusion about what the effect is on the landscape character type, which is what I've done, and indeed Carol Anderson have done, and define a landscape character subtype which is dominated by the effects of the wind farms that are both existing and proposed.
So just to clarify, that subtype can occur within the landscape character type without that affecting the designation of the character type as a whole? Is that your position?
Yes, and the reason for that is simple, because some landscape character types are very large, and the opportunity for a single development or group of developments to change the entire landscape character type for a very large geographical area is unlikely to happen, where you might have a small discrete landscape character type area where that could happen. The reality is that in the 2009 SNH landscape characterizations, only 2 mention wind farms, and those are the two LCTs that are directly affected by the White Lees wind farm, which was mentioned by Mr Welsh in his further evidence. And even then, that's only described as with turbines. So there is a certain reticence to change an entire landscape character type to say it's a wind farm landscape. So therefore, we're looking at discrete areas within existing landscape character types that demonstrate the effects as defined by SNH.
So just for the avoidance of doubt on that point, when we look at paragraph 4.6, you're relying upon the reference to the local character.
Yes.
And you may remember that from his report and from his evidence, Mr Denny approached the question of wind farm landscapes and used or referred to the term cluster. And you may remember that within his cluster, at least in his report, he had referred to Rothes 1, Rothes 2, Rothes 3, along with Hunt Hill, and of course Hunt Hill is no longer relevant. He appeared to concede under cross-examination that Meikle Hill might be included in the cluster, but didn't accept that Kellis would be included in the cluster. What's your opinion of that?
Well, I think you would include Meikle Hill within, if we call it the Rothes cluster, if you like, because it would be centred on Rothes, and it would be included in the local landscape character subtype as well.
Sorry, could you just repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
I think quite clearly Meikle Hill, because its relative proximity to Rothes turbines, would be included in a description of that as a cluster at the regional level. But also at the local level, it would form part of the local landscape, wind farm local landscape character type.
And what of Kellis?
Yes, likewise with Kellis.
Sorry, I didn't catch that last answer.
Yes, likewise, it'd be the same for Kellis, yes.
Thank you, Mr Steele. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you, Mr Brown. Before we move on to cross-examination, Mrs Steele, do you need a short break before we start on the next section?
Yes, if I could have 5 minutes.
Yeah, and the other, Mr Steele.
Well, both Mr Steeles are in agreement, perhaps for the last time today, I suspect, because there's been a lot of additional evidence in chief, and I would welcome a few minutes just to reorder things and collect my thoughts.
I have a question and clarification, if I may.
That's fine, Mr
Whether
Jenkins.
I take me before or afterwards, I don't mind.
Well, we'll take it at the moment, yes, if you want to ask the question now.
After the break, be fine.
Okay. We'll come back at 12:15. Thank you.
For the avoidance of doubt, I'm not impaired. Sorry? For avoidance of doubt, I'm still not impaired, is that right?
Mr Trinick, I'll come to you first. I think you had a point of clarification for Mr Steele.
Thank you, ma'am. It's one of those wizzo ideas that doesn't seem so good after a cup of tea, so I'm going to leave it.
Very well. We'll pass over to Mr Gordon Steele for cross-examination of Mr Mark Steele for the Council. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much, Mr Steele. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Mr Steele, you were instructed in this case in March of this year, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Am I also right in suggesting to you that Carol Anderson is the long-term consultant to Moray Council for wind farm and other landscape purposes?
She is indeed.
Are you able to explain to us why she is not giving evidence in relation to our application at this inquiry?
I think it was to do with her level of commitments.
Is there any other reason that you're aware of, Mr. Steele, by any chance?
No.
Now, have you yourself ever prepared an environmental impact assessment for a wind farm?
No, I have not.
Have you yourself ever designed a wind farm?
No, I have not, but I have undertaken a feasibility study.
Are you aware of the factors that require to be taken into account when designing a wind farm and the precise location of turbines?
Yes, I have a broad understanding.
Well, let's try you with a few then, please. Do you think wind speeds might be important?
Yes, clearly.
Do you know why it is that a wind farm developer would put up a wind mast for a year or possibly much longer in advance of any wind farm?
Yes, in order to establish the wind resource.
Can you tell me, please, whether you have a detailed knowledge of the wind resource at this site, Rothes 3?
No, I don't.
Would you accept that unless you did have any such knowledge, you could not identify where turbines should go that would catch the wind?
No, I agree with that.
Thank you. Would you also accept that land ownership might have some relevance when identifying the location for turbines?
Indeed.
Do you know what the land ownership is here?
There is a drawing that indicates the extent of the Rothes estate, as well as the Forestry Commission owned land.
Yeah. Do you know how many landowners there are and the attitude of the landowners to wind farm development?
No, I don't.
Would that not be important to know that?
That will be a factor.
Would you also accept that designations such as a SSSI would be rather important when designing the precise location of turbines?
No, clearly.
Yeah. I take it you know where the SSSI is here?
Yes.
Yes, and it's within the hatched area of the landscape character map that we'll look at later.
Indeed.
Yeah. And in general terms, we'll look at the detail later, would you accept that that is perhaps not an entire prohibition, but a very significant constraint to locating turbines?
Indeed, and it's shown on the constraints drawing that we referred to earlier.
Thank you. Peat slide risk, would you accept that that is a constraint?
Yes, it is.
Do you have detailed knowledge of the peat slide risk issues at the Rothes 3 wind farm red line area?
No, I don't.
Can you also agree then that it would be impossible for you to design the precise location of turbines in the absence of that knowledge as well?
Yes.
Will you also agree that watercourses are also a significant constraint on the precise location of turbines?
Yes, and they're shown on that constraints drawing as well.
Yes, thank you. So, drawing that together, would you agree that it would be quite inappropriate to try to design or redesign a wind farm unless and until one had detailed knowledge of the issues I've just outlined above, and no doubt others as well?
Absolutely.
It would be, can we agree this, Mr. Steele, quite inappropriate to try to do that in the back of a fag packet?
Yes, I think you're referring to this drawing, and that wasn't the purpose of that drawing.
Well, seeing you've raised it, I was going to try and skirt round it. When was that drawing drawn?
Last night.
Yeah. By who?
By me.
Yeah. In the absence of knowledge of all of the critical issues that we've just agreed are important.
Yes, but this was drawn in the context of landscape and visual constraints.
Well, Mr. Steele, you know better than I do there's a little bit more to it than that. Is that not so?
There's a lot more to it than that.
Now, Mr. Steele, you've told us earlier who you appear in the past or have appeared on behalf of. I'd like to keep us in local territory. Firstly, did you appear at the Cairn Dewey, if I pronounce it correctly, wind farm to oppose the construction of that wind farm on behalf of an action group?
I did indeed, yes.
Yeah. And that, for reference, Sir Madam, is CD 11.2. And despite your evidence, am I right in suggesting consent was granted and therefore your evidence was rejected?
I think it's inappropriate to say that any piece of evidence is solely responsible for consent or refusal.
Well, that is true, no doubt, Mr. Steele, but your evidence clearly did not cause a refusal there on behalf of the action group, for consent was granted, and therefore your evidence in its entirety could not have been accepted, was it?
I don't think you can say the evidence wasn't accepted in its entirety. I think you have to put that in the context of the planning balance and all the issues that feed into that decision.
Well, let's try another one. Dornell, the first Dornell inquiry, a document for reference CD 11.3. You appeared again on behalf of a local action group, is that correct?
Yes.
And I think, if my memory serves me correctly, I cross-examined you?
You did indeed.
Yeah. And consent was granted, and can we agree then that your evidence was not accepted in its entirety there either?
Again, the same response applies, that the issues raised were addressed and the planning balance was derived by the reporter at that particular time, and he came to his conclusions.
Well, you were there to try and stop the development, weren't you?
No, I was there to give impartial evidence, which I did.
Well, on behalf of a client who wanted to stop the development. Is that not accurate?
On behalf of a client who was an objector to the development.
Yes, Mr. Steele will be here a long time. They wanted to stop the development, didn't they?
They objected to the development.
And wanted to stop it.
They objected to the development.
Mr. Steele, did they or did they not want to stop the development?
They objected to the development.
Well, I understand that, Mr. Steele, but is it going too far simply to agree to make time that they wanted to stop the development?
They objected to the development because they disagreed with it.
Well, let's move on, Mr. Steele, to the next Dornell inquiry, which you also appeared on behalf of the same objector who also wanted to stop the development there as well. Is that not also accurate?
Yes, he objected to the development.
Yeah. And both Dornell 1 and Dornell 2 were consented?
Yes, they were, and the Dornell wind farm has since been constructed.
Yes. You also appeared at Hill of Toy 2, again in Murray, again to oppose development, and again consent was granted.
I didn't appear at Hill of Towie 2.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty certain. I don't have any recollection of it. And,
well, we'll double-check that, Mr. Steele, just in a moment, and I will come back to it. Lurg Hill, CD 11.6, did you also appear at that inquiry?
Can you remind me where it was?
No, because I don't know.
As I said, I've appeared at 40 of these, so...
In any event, Mr. Steele, at Lurg Hill, consent was granted in the face of opposition, which we understood you were part of.
I don't recognise it, to be perfectly honest.
Right, well, I'll come back to that later. So far as the Murray Council area is concerned, it hasn't been an entirely successful watering hole for you, has it?
I wouldn't describe it as a watering hole. Yes, clearly I've been involved in a lot of wind farm inquiries. The outcomes of the majority of those have been on the side that I represented, but at no time would I claim sole responsibility for the successes, nor would I claim sole blame for any losses. It's you put forward an independent opinion, and the reporters or inspectors in England come to a decision based on the planning balance. There have been cases where my evidence has been accepted in full, where we were objecting to an inquiry, but the planning balance is found in favour of consent. So it's not clear as cut as you
Is it
suggest.
important when giving objective independent evidence that you have a proper factual basis on which to give that evidence or those opinions, Mr. Steele?
Yes, clearly.
Because otherwise would it be entirely unprofessional to do so in the absence of relevant evidence?
When you say relevant evidence, do you mean evidence relevant to your area of expertise?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
To underpin your professional judgment, is it appropriate, professional, to have the underpinning evidence for that?
Yes.
I mean, you can't just come to an inquiry and make it up. You've got to have proper objective assessments done and so on. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Good. Let's then look at Limekiln CD 11.25. Now, Mr. Steele, I hope you recollect appearing at that one because you're listed there.
Yes, I did appear at that one.
Good. And you appeared on behalf of those that wished to object and therefore stop at that wind farm development, did you not?
I did. I represented the local authority in that particular instance.
That was Highland Council, is that so?
Indeed.
Yeah. So, taking matters as briefly as we can, could we look, please, at page 41? Paragraph 3.51, and do we see a very brief summary of the position of your position on behalf of the Council in relation to two critical matters, LCT 6 and LCT 11?
Correct.
And your position was that there would be significant effects on these landscape character areas. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the reporting the full extent of likely significant effects.
Sorry, pardon?
It's the full extent of likely significant effects.
Yeah. And can we agree, just to save time, that these arguments were rejected by the learned reporters?
Yes, he came to a different opinion.
Yeah. Could we look, please, at paragraph 106? Sorry, correction, page 106, paragraph 910. And we can read it all if we need to, but is that a brief summary of the, I think it was two reporters, including the chief reporter's findings, that they disagreed with you on your assessment of significance?
That was a conjoined inquiry as well. Yes, indeed.
And in that regard, do we see at 3.82, in regard to that particular issue, that there was a marked difference between the Council's position and the applicant's position? Some 4 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines from the end of paragraph 3.82.
Yes, that's fine.
A marked difference in position.
Yes.
Thank you.
Might be worth pointing out that that particular case, it shows you how things can differ.
Oh, indeed.
That the landscape effects we're talking about here, it's been acknowledged by all parties for Rothes 3.
Sorry, I'm now not hearing you, Mr. Steele. I apologise.
Landscape effects extend up to 8 kilometres, whereas in this particular instance it was 6 to 7 kilometres.
Right.
And so it's a question of opinion, really, what it comes down to in terms of the extent of where effects extend to.
Well, I'm trying not to...
If a greater extent of significant landscape effects was accepted, then my position might have been accepted by the reporters.
Well, Mr. Steele, I'm keen not to get into the details of another case.
You took me to the other case. I'm just explaining the circumstances.
Well, I wonder if I could finish. I'm keen not to get into the details of the other case, Mr. Steele. The only point I'm trying to put to you is that your evidence was markedly different from those of other witness or witnesses, and the reporter or reporters found in favour of the other witness or witnesses and against you. Is that accurate?
That's the case in this particular instance, but it's just one.
Now, if we look, please, at the bottom of page 46 and 47, paragraph 3.87, does it appear, as I read it, and you'll no doubt correct me if I am wrong, that you relied on something that the reporters found not to be relevant?
Yes, there was a difference of opinion.
And I'm not going to go through all of this, Mr. Steele, but a couple of further examples at 3.94. The last couple of lines, do the reporters agree with the EIA in relation to a particular viewpoint?
Yes, to that viewpoint, yes.
And 3.106, the risk that you identified, if we look at the last couple of lines, could be appropriately mitigated by using a condition.
Yes, but this is a point that wasn't addressed in the EIAR, which I drew attention to and is subsequently incorporated into conditions. So therefore it's in supportive of the point that I was making.
At 3.124, in relation to your point about wind farm landscapes, did the reporters find that they would not become wind farm landscapes as you were arguing?
Again, they're expressing their particular opinion.
Now, if we go to 3.129, Mr. Steele, line 4 of 3.129, the reporters use the word overstated. Would you like to explain what you think the reporters meant in relation to your evidence and the word overstating?
Again, that's a difference of opinion. I stand by the assessment I did at the time.
Well,
if you want me to explain the context, I can, but the reality is you had wind farms on all directions of the campus from that particular position.
Well, can I just try and take the matter simply, Mr. Steele, that it appears, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but it appears that the reporters found that you were overstating the position.
Just trying to read exactly what it says. It's an overstated reliance rather than the actual assessment itself. And I don't recall what the wording of my report was at that particular instance, so I can't answer the question.
So on the plain English of it, would you not accept that it appears on the face of it the reporters thought you were overstating matters?
No, it doesn't say that I overstated the cumulative effects. No. It's the reliance on the cumulative effects in total as an issue. So it's what that's suggesting is that it didn't come to the conclusion that those cumulative effects were a determining issue. And that's fair enough. That's up to the reporters to decide.
Well, let's try one further paragraph to see if I can understand the position, Mr. Steele. At 3.127, it appears that you conceded that in giving evidence that reasoning was absent in regards to your evidence about cumulative visual effects. Is that what, firstly, that says, and that's what that means, that you didn't have any reasoning? The very point I put to you 5 or 10 minutes ago, Mr. Steele.
Well, that's to do with, from my recollection, that relates to whether turbines in the existing baseline should be assessed as part of the cumulative assessment when it's the equivalent of the original LVIA. I think that was all that was about. I don't think there was any particular issue there of consensus.
Would you agree that on a fair reading of it, not familiar with the background, it doesn't read too well so far as you're concerned?
No, that's just a difference of the methodology. I don't accept that at all.
Reasoning was absent in regard to cumulative visual effects. Do we then, in the next paragraph, see the matter dealt with further?
Okay, can I just bring the reporter's attention to the reasoning within the appropriate appendices of the report that's relevant to this particular inquiry, and draw your own conclusions as to whether the reasoning is there or not.
Well, let's move on to another topic, Mr. Steele, methodology, because you had a particular approach at this inquiry at lime kilns, for which you criticised the other parties for not following. Is that so?
Can you give me the reference, and I might give you the answer?
Right. Well, I was hoping you might remember, but the reference is to be found from page 40 onwards, and I'd like to look at it in a little detail. Sorry, it's under the heading methodology. And just to try and jog your memory and to save time, Mr. Steele, did it come to this, that you criticised the other side because they only came to findings about significance, they did not add on a further value judgment about the extent of significance?
I think this relates to whether, in the process of establishing whether something's significant or not, you assess the sensitivity, the magnitude of effect. And in my methodology, in order to reinforce the logic and reasoning behind it, you say you give a level of effect. So it might be moderate, major, or whatever. And from recollection, I think in this particular instance, that stage was left out. So it basically said, this is the sensitivity, this is the magnitude of effect, significant yes or no was essentially the issue. And the point I was making was that you need to know the actual level of effect, because you need to know whether it's just significant or it's right at the top end of the spectrum of significance.
So the complaint that you made, or concerns that you raised, related to a gradation of the level of significance, not merely the finding of significance.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, were the reporters with you or against you on that particular argument, Mr. Steele?
Well, take me to the reference and we'll find out.
Well, page 44, 3.7, 3.71, 3.72, 3.73. Again, I'd hope that you would remember this pretty important decision so far as your approach to matters is concerned. Let me try and make progress. Did the reporters find that the EIA regulations only required a finding in relation to significance? That's what's required, and there was no need to go any further.
Which paragraph does it say that?
Well, you need to read 370, 371, 372 and 373 together. I apologise, I really thought you'd be familiar with this.
Right, yes, that's the bottom. It's the last sentence of paragraph 3.71.
So, can we agree that the reporters found that the EIA regs required findings of levels of significance and nothing further?
Yes, that's fine, but the reality is the vast majority of LVIAs do find a level of significance.
I'm just asking a simple question. Simple guy at the time, Mr. Steele. The EIA regs merely require findings of significance. Is that not accurate?
That's accurate, but I would go on to say that in general practice, that's what's done, and I was in accordance with general practice in my approach.
Well, and in addition to that, the GLVIA also only requires findings of level of significance and nothing further.
We said level of significance there, which is the point that I'm trying to make.
Sorry, loose wording. They only require a finding of significant or not significance and nothing further.
Indeed, but again, general practice has gone beyond that.
Well, was it the chief reporter that was in charge of this inquiry? Just remind me.
I don't recall.
Pardon?
I don't recall.
Well, I should recall. I'll come back on that point. I think it was, but I'll double-check that and not waste time now. But whoever the reporter was or were, chief or otherwise, they made a clear finding that the EIA regs and the GLVIA guidance requirements were at one and only required findings of significance or non-significance, did they not?
Yes, but are you trying to tell me that the outcome of that is that we shouldn't provide the additional information that informs the reporters as to the relative levels of significance?
Mr. Steele, I don't tell anyone anything. I merely ask the questions on this particular occasion.
Mr. Steele, it does seem to be Mr. Denny's, or at least the methodology rather, in the EIA to define levels of significance.
Absolutely. I'm coming to that.
Right.
Absolutely. I'm grateful for that, sir. Now, 373 was not made perfectly clear that the differences of methodology didn't give any concern. That is, I think it was Mr. Welsh who did not go on beyond the finding of significance.
No, that's fine. And I don't have the wording in front of me, but I would have said, as I've said here, that the methodology was broadly consistent with guidance, and I set out the differences so that it was clear for the reporters, and the same applies here.
Well, against that background, I'd like now to look at a little bit of the detail, Mr. Steele, and we'll deal with the Mr. Seaton reporter's point about the next stage after of sensitivity or significance in a moment. But firstly, is there agreement that so far as residential amenity issues are concerned, there are no issues?
It wasn't included in the reasons for objection from the Council.
Thank you. And is it also agreed as between us that there are no effects on settlements?
Again, that wasn't a reason for objection.
Thank you. Can we also agree that, and I'm not going to ask you questions about climate emergency, but if there are wind turbines, it is inevitable they're going to be seen from certain locations?
No, that's not true.
Well, Mr. Steele, it must be true.
No, you just said...
Please let me finish, please. This is a general point. I've not got to Rothes 3 yet. But if a wind turbine or a wind farm is constructed, it is inevitable that that wind turbine or a wind farm will be visible from certain locations. I'm not being precise, but it's bound to be seen from somewhere.
Okay, but the opposite also applies, that there'll be some locations where it won't be seen.
Well, that's an impossibility, because if you go and stand right next to it, you're always going to see it. It's a matter of degree, Mr. Steele, isn't it?
Yes, but there are places that it will be visible from, and there are places that it won't be visible from. It's a self-evident fact.
Now, let me ask you, you were asked many, many questions earlier about viewpoints, etc., but I'm going to try and take it initially, quickly, Mr. Steele. So far as the alternative scheme is concerned, that's the second scheme, the smaller scheme.
Yes.
Is there total agreement between you and Mr. Denny about the significant effects?
No is the answer to that, I think.
Well,
I'll just check. Won't be a second.
Let me put that to you again. I'm not getting into the stage beyond any significant effects, because we'll look at that at the moment. I'm only asking about findings of significance.
Are we talking landscape or are we talking visual?
Sorry, I thought I made it clear. Visual.
Right.
That's why I asked about viewpoints. And if I'm wrong about that, show me one place in which there's disagreement about a finding of significance in relation to the alternative scheme.
If we go to the table that follows paragraph 6.3.5 in my report, I suggest that at viewpoint 11 there may be significant effects where forestry is cleared at viewpoint 11.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but you haven't found significance. It's a possibility, is that right?
Yes, I say basically there's a range. There would be minor and not significant where the forestry is retained, and that would go to moderate and significant where forestry
Subject to
is
that
cleared.
point, can we agree, which is a possibility, can we agree that so far as findings of significance are concerned, in the smaller alternative scheme, there is agreement between you?
Actually, this is quite a good point. If we go to viewpoint 11, what I say there is it's moderate and significant, and what that tells you is that it's just over the cusp of significance. And I think that's a relevant piece of information to have. I haven't said it's a very major effect. I've said it's a moderate, and therefore it just sits over the cusp of significance. So I think that's why I always quote a level of significance.
Subject to that, Mr. Steele, do we agree or disagree that in relation to all the other viewpoints, there is agreement between you in relation to significance?
Yes, significance, but difference of levels of effect.
We'll come to the fine-tuning momentarily. So far as the original scheme is concerned, am I correct to suggest to you that the findings, again, between you as regards significance, are again identical, save for this? The Duke of Gordon, is it? The monument in Elgin at a distance of, I've forgotten how many kilometres it is, but a long way away.
13.5.
Thank you.
Yes.
Save for that one, you're in agreement about the significant effects.
Well, there's some dubiety in the EIAR because at one point they find it significant and then in the summary they don't.
Well, subject to the...
It makes your point because we agree on all of them. If you're assuming that the finding of significance was correct in the EIAR, then all the findings of significance are the same, yes.
Yeah, well, that's the point I made. Subject to the Duke of Gordon's, if that be his name, monument at 13.5 k's, you're in total agreement about significant effects.
Totally, not the level of effect, but the instance of significance, yes.
No? Significant effects, I chose my words carefully.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, Madam, I'm now going to go on to look at the fine-tuning beyond significant effects, which will take more than 5 minutes. I'm happy to do that, or I'm happy to do it after lunch, whatever you would prefer. But it'll certainly take more than 5 minutes, and we might get bogged down.
Take more than 5 minutes, but less than?
I wouldn't like to be pinned down in that. Less than, I'm sure it'll be less than 30 or 40 minutes, but it could easily be a little while, and it's a completely different topic. This may be a good place to break.
Yes, that sounds sensible. Yes, we'll take a break for lunch. Mr. Steele, unfortunately, that means you're in purge at the moment, obviously, so hopefully someone can bring you some lunch. We'll convene again at 1:45. Thank you. So I think we're ready to recommence cross-examination of Mr. Steele.
Thank you,
So,
Madam.
I apologise. Just before that, I think we ought to go back to Mr. Kelly.
That was the very
Indeed,
first
yes,
thing I was going to raise, Madam. We've got no difficulty with Mr.
I do have
Kelly.
a note to cover that matter at the end of the meeting, but I'm quite happy to take it now. Mr. Trinick, you've already, I think you've confirmed your position.
Yes, but I just think we ought to tell Mr. Kelly so pretty soon.
Indeed. Mr. Steele,
Well,
your
I
own
can
thoughts?
confirm we discussed it at lunchtime, and if you're happy with that approach, we're happy in all the current circumstances, and clearly Mr. Kelly, for reasons out with the actual inquiry, is not keen to be here. We respect that. So if you're happy that he doesn't give actual evidence, we're very relaxed about that.
Does anyone else have any comments to make on that matter? No. Okay, I think we'll proceed on that basis. We'll take Mr. Kelly, his evidence on behalf of Save Wild Murray as a written submission. Obviously, parties will be given an opportunity to respond to that in closing submissions. So that will leave some time on Thursday. We'll see how things go, but we can agree that certainly at this point. I'll perhaps ask Helen to get back to Mr. Kelly to let him know. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Steele, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Steele, firstly, a correction on my part. Hill of Towie and Lurg Hill was not you yourself. It was your esteemed clients with a different landscape consultant. So apologies to you for putting the suggestion to you that you'd also lost these as well, Mr. Steele, when you weren't even there. Now, can we try and tie together where we got to before lunch? Insofar as the strict application of the EIA regulations and the GVLIA is concerned, that is, a finding of significance or otherwise, there is, subject to what we discussed before, agreement between you and Mr. Denny.
Yes, it's worth saying that the GLVIA isn't prescriptive, so there is flexibility within it for different methodologies to be adopted.
Well, Mr. Steele, I was merely putting to you before lunch the rulings of the reporters as adopted by the ministers, no more and no less. And on that basis, if the reporters decide only to go that far, then there is agreement between you and Mr. Denny. I think that's right.
Yes, I believe so.
If, on the other hand, they decide to go a little bit further and look at the gradations of significance, you and Mr. Denny have both provided evidence about that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could we look then, firstly, to see what, if any, are the distinctions between you and Mr. Denny? Could we look, please, for ease of reference at your report, pages 61 and 62, and that deals with the original submitted proposed development.
Correct. I think it's 60 and 61 in terms of the actual page numbers.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I think if I may restrict my questions to page 61. What I'm going to do, Mr. Steele, is simply take a few examples to try and understand what, if anything, is between you and Mr. Denny. If we look at viewpoint 6, do we discover that your opinion, your rating, notching, whatever you want to call it, is slightly less than that of Mr. Denny?
Mine expresses a range which reflects a range of sensitivity of road users.
Yes. But you are moderate to major, and Mr. Denny is major.
Correct.
Yeah. So if anything, you're slightly less than him, is that so?
But again, if you were to substitute the word substantial for high, and you've got medium and high, that will give you moderate major under any of those kinds of normal circumstances. So it may be that Mr. Denny's assessment is, or that assessment is over-assessed at that point.
Sorry, over-assessed?
Yes, I'm talking about the EIAR assessment, which it uses the term medium sensitivity, substantial magnitude. whereas perhaps that should be high. And if you combine medium and high, you'd normally get a moderate major finding.
Well, let me just put it this way. Is there anything of any significance between you, or are you, if anything, at a slightly lower range than Mr Denny?
I'm sorry, these assessments were taken from the EIAR, so these aren't Mr Denny's assessments there.
But you've also made your assessment here, have you not, in the
Yes,
right-hand three
yes.
columns?
Yeah.
I'm comparing contrast one with t'other.
Yes, you can do that.
Well, that's what I'm doing, Mr Steele. I'm sorry, that's what I was trying to do. So
if you want a direct comparison with Mr Denny's assessments, then you would go to page 67 and 68. But anyway, we can look at this. But I think the general point is that, yes, we're very similar in terms of the outcomes, in terms of the instance of significance.
And is that in relation to all of these, or only in relation to viewpoint 6?
The only caveat is viewpoint 13, whereas there's some ambiguity as to whether the EIAR finds it significant or not.
Well, I think Mr Denny cleared that up in his evidence, did he not, that there may have been a typo, and in relation to the original proposal, I think his finding was the same as yours, was it not?
Okay, that's fine.
And in relation to, let's just look at these very briefly, viewpoint 10, Dallas to Knockandoo, is there anything significant between the original report and your finding here?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Viewpoint 10, Dallas to Knockandoo. Is there any significant difference between the EIAR and your column listed here of your own professional opinion?
No, because we neither find effects to be significant.
No. Not significant for the Dallas to Knockandoo road?
For that viewpoint 10, yes, that
Yes,
is representative of those views.
West of Archiston, is there any significant difference between you?
That's viewpoint 11.
Sorry, viewpoint 11, I should have said that.
Yes, the difference there is that I have a range of sensitivity in terms of the road users, but ultimately we both find significant effects.
Yeah. And ultimately, significant effect subject to what degree of tolerance, or subject to what comment? What I'm really wondering is there really anything in this, Mr Steele, at viewpoint 11?
No, it is what it is, and that's why I've put them together so that a direct comparison can be made.
And there's no real difference between you. Is that fair?
Yeah, there's obviously differences in approach in terms of sensitivity, and there are differences in the level of effect identified. But in terms of the incidence of significance, assuming that the EIAR did find viewpoint 13 to have subject to significant effects, then the incidence of significance is the same.
Yeah. And viewpoints 14, 15, 16, 17 you did not assess because of distance. I think your general position is that over 15k there is little likelihood of a significant finding of significance. Is that correct?
Well, it's actually expressed around the other way, that if you look onto the next page, 62, it says, not assessed as the most significant visual effects are likely to occur within 15 kilometres.
And the viewpoints that you refer to there as not assessed for reasons you've set out relate also to the Cairngorms National Park. Is that correct, by virtue of distance?
Yes.
Now, viewpoint 18, and we'll turn to look at this in a bit more detail later. Is there any material difference between you and the EIAR at viewpoint 18 in this table?
Yes, the range of, well, this is quite a good example in some respects, because you have the assessment of sensitivity of walkers as medium as well as anglers, which I find rather surprising given the emphasis in GLVIA in terms of walkers and their relative sensitivity, and indeed the value of the view at that point. The level of effect is also, it might be understated, it says medium, and you come nevertheless to a moderate effect. Whereas for the assessment I've undertaken, you've got a range of sensitivity related to different road users, and you've got anglers and you've got walkers as well. And then you've got the magnitude of effect, which relates to the position of the turbines as a focus within the view.
Well, I'm going to look at viewpoint 18 in a few moments, but firstly, is viewpoint 18 on the Speyside Way?
It's just off the Speyside.
Is it on the Speyside Way?
It's not on the Speyside Way.
Thank you. And is it not only separated horizontally, is it also separated vertically from the Speyside Way?
Yes.
Yeah. And insofar as anglers are concerned, is there an angling hut at nearby but not at viewpoint 18?
There is.
Yeah. And the access to the angling hut is some distance, some little distance to be fair, from viewpoint 18. Is that not correct?
No, it's not that far, to be perfectly honest. It's only about, I would say, 10 to 15 metres away.
Yeah. And anglers clearly will be angling on the Spey rather than at viewpoint 18.
Yes, and they'll have similar views of angling on the Spey.
But if we're considering viewpoint 18, I don't expect we'll see many anglers standing there, and those using the Speyside Way will not be walking this way either, will they?
I think in the explanation for the choice of that position was that it was accepted that walkers on the Speyside Way, it's a very enclosed walk, that was an opportunity for them to break out from the path, if you like, and gain views across the Spey and indeed down the Spey Valley. Well, so I think that's in the rationale for that selection of the viewpoint, and that's why it's not specifically on the Spey.
Yeah, well, that may be.
And also, can I finish my answer? The next thing is that at no point do I suggest you're going to get anglers standing at viewpoint 18. Viewpoint 18 is representative, and it can't ignore that just a short distance away that there would be anglers on the River Spey with views down the river and with all the views, the issues of perspective, etc., focusing the attention on that distant view.
But firstly, Mr. Steele, so far as this is concerned, you both have the same finding of significance, don't you?
There's a case in point here, because the finding of significance from the EIAR suggests that it's just over the threshold of significance. It's moderate, but it could either be significant or not significant, but it's found to be significant, so it's just on the cusp. Whereas I find higher levels of significant relation to both the sensitivity of the receptors and the magnitude of effect.
And secondly, can we agree that there will be no such similar views for those walkers who are on the Speyside Way?
Yes, that's accepted, and that's accepted in the EIAR, which is why the viewpoint's where it is.
Yeah. Now, you then turn to viewpoint 19, and you give some additional evidence about this view being on this viewpoint being on the Whisky Trail, I think earlier. Was that correct?
It is on the Whisky Trail, yes.
Now, do you, this is in relation to an additional point that you made earlier, do you have any independent objective evidence to give to the inquiry that shows that those visiting a distillery are to any extent put off from visiting a distillery, deterred from visiting a distillery, even if they see turbines? Have you got any independent evidence to point to?
No, I don't.
No. Are you aware whether any of the distilleries, and there are many in the area, have lodged an objection to this application?
I'm not aware of any.
Do you think it likely they would have lodged an objection to the application if they were concerned that it would deter their customers and visitors?
I think you're missing the point here. It's not to do with discouraging the number of visitors per se to those distilleries. It's to do with the sensitivity of the receptors using that road, which will include tourists on that particular tourist trail.
I may have missed the point, Mr. Steele, but you missed the question, so let me repeat it. Do you think it likely that distilleries, if they were concerned about the impact of these wind turbines on their visitors, their customers, would have lodged an objection?
I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. If we then turn to the gradations, if I can call it that, in relation to the alternative proposal, and do these appear at pages 67 and 68 of your inquiry report?
Yes.
And taking matters as briefly as we reasonably can, viewpoint 5, you agree is not significant, and your level of effective significance is, I think, slightly less than that of assessed by Mr. Denny.
Well, they're similar probably is the best way to describe it, but it is worth noting that that is also described in the EIAR as a fleeting view, and indeed it's not somewhere that's easy to stop and take in the view, although it is acknowledged that as one comes round the corner, one does have a view across Spey Valley to the proposed development.
Mr. Steele, I'm sorry, my question really was a simple one. In relation to viewpoint 5, and I'm not asking about fleeting views, but are the findings by both of you the same? Or in fact, are you a little bit less?
Well, the same, effectively.
Thank you. And in relation to viewpoint 6, is your finding a little bit less?
It is, yes. I think this hopefully will demonstrate that this is an impartial assessment and not one that's done in any other form.
And viewpoint 11, it would only be significant, I think, in the event that forestry was felled.
Correct.
And are you aware of any plans to fell that forestry?
No. Well, ultimately it is commercial forestry, so therefore at some point in the future sections of it, if not all of it, will be felled.
13, no difference between you?
It wasn't assessed in the EIA, which is potentially, if it's now acknowledged that the effects at viewpoint 13 were assessed, then perhaps it should have been assessed in the AI. Right. But having said that, I now find that effects of the alternative scheme are not significant.
Yeah, thank you. Well, just to clarify that point, it wasn't reassessed because the findings had already been made in the earlier document in relation to the larger scheme, and there was no change because it was also non-significant. Is that not accurate?
No, as I said, there's some confusion in the original document that in the main body of the document it finds that effects are significant, but in the summary it finds that they're not significant. So clearly that was just taken forward from the summary rather than the body of the document.
Mr. Steele, was that not cleared up by Mr. Denny in his evidence? There'd been a typo. We know that.
Yes, but it wasn't followed. But it wasn't followed through with the assessment of viewpoint 13 because.
Let's look, if we may, at viewpoint 18. Your finding is pretty similar in relation to that one, Mr. Steele. What I'd now like to do, if we can, is to look at the montage figure, which is, I hope, 3.14, figure 8.31F.
Yes, I have it on screen.
Forgive me, I'm going to do this one the old-fashioned way, and I've got the document in front of me. But if we look at the montage, Mr. Steele, photo montage, do we see there two hubs?
It's not that clear on the screen here. I'll just have to open it up on the...
Well, that's perhaps why I went to this one.
Yeah, fair comment. Right, I have it, sorry.
Pardon?
I have it now.
And can we agree that we can only see 2 hubs?
Just a sec, I need to zoom in.
I can lend you, or I can't actually, of course, can I? But maybe you, from your little bubble, can look at the hard copy, if you're allowed to do that, because I'm looking at it here and there's no doubt about it to me, but you need to give the evidence.
Sorry, your question was... I've got it now, it's fine. It's okay.
My question is that in the montage, one can only see 2 hubs.
I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that
Hubs.
aren't screened by...
In the montage?
trees. In the photo montage, yes.
Well, I'm afraid we must be looking at the different documents.
Oh, sorry, we're looking at the alternative scheme rather than the...
Yes, that's what I asked you to look at, Mr. Steele.
Right, sorry.
This is the one the reporter asked questions about, which is why I'm going to it.
All right, okay, fair enough.
I can give you the reference again. Figure 8.31F of CD 314. And I can give you, maybe the hard copy can be given to you if there's any doubt.
Yeah, it'd be easier with the hard copy, I think. Sorry, I have it now. And your question was, could you see just 2 hubs? And the answer to that is yes, at this particular viewpoint.
Yeah, thank you. And can we agree that these are, I hope, the hubs of turbines 9 and 14?
Need to check on the... Yes, 9 and 14.
Yeah. And in the going back to the montage, excluding turbines 9 to 14, we would see a couple, maybe 3 blade tips.
There's blades to the left, there's 1 in the centre, and there are 2, maybe 3 to the right.
Well, I'll let the reporters decide on that. You and they may have better eyesight than me, Mr. Steele.
I've got the advantage of being able to zoom in on the drawing to check.
In any event, we are in agreement, good eyesight or not, it's only 2 hubs at that point.
That are currently visible, yes. There is commercial forestry in the foreground, which will have a life expectancy attached to it.
Thank you. Now, can I ask now, please, about cumulative viewpoints? And firstly, can we agree, taking the matter broadly, that it is cumulative issues that feature large in the remaining reasons for refusal from Moray Council?
I'd have to refer back to their reason for refusal to be certain of that. Or not, reasons of rejection, rather.
Reason for objection. Sorry, is it not pretty obvious, Mr. Steele, that reasons for objection 3 and 4 relate very significantly to cumulative issues?
Yes, fair enough.
Yeah. So probably the biggest issue between us relates to cumulative issues.
Not necessarily so, because the viewpoint 6 is an example where the cumulative effects are less of the issue, because the wind farm would largely be perceived as a standalone wind farm.
Yeah. Now, may I ask you, please, about Hunt Hill? Hunt Hill is consented for 4 turbines, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know who consented the 4 turbines?
Pardon?
Do you know who consented the 4 turbines?
The Moray Council.
Are you not aware that 4 turbine scheme was consented by a reporter appointed by Scottish ministers because of the opposition of Moray Council?
I'll take your word on that.
Well, are you not aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but that's fine.
Right. In that event, do I take it you're not aware of the reasoning behind Mr. Hutchison's consent for the 4 turbines?
Not in detail, no.
Are you aware in even the most general terms about it?
No.
Are the 4 turbines located inside or outside the hatched area of the landscape character study area?
I don't know offhand.
Right, well, don't bother about that just now, because we'll come back to that. Are they close to Hunt Hill itself?
Yes.
On what side of Hunt Hill are they consented?
I don't have an exact position. Can you take me to a drawing that indicates this?
Do you know how far they are from the high point of Hunt Hill?
I don't.
Are they visible from the A95?
Yes.
Would you say they're highly visible from the A95, given their precise location?
They would be visible from Hunt Hill. From the A95.
How far up? Sorry, had you finished?
Yes.
How far are they from the A95?
I don't know, but we could take a view based on the distances from viewpoint 6, perhaps. Give a broad indication. I can measure it if you want.
Well, an approximation will do. No doubt we can scale it off later, but if you have the figure, or have the distance, sorry.
Approximately 5 kilometres.
You sure about that?
That's you're right. It's probably closer to 4.5.
Right. Well, we'll return to that as well later, Mr. Steele. Would it be fair to say that in your cumulative assessment you have relied extensively on the effects from the Hunt Hill consented scheme?
Where it's relevant, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm not suggesting it wasn't relevant, but my question is this: do you accept that you have relied heavily on the Hunt Hill consented scheme?
I wouldn't describe it as relied heavily. I've referred to it in its context as part of the wider...
Do you know how many paragraphs in your inquiry report you have referred to and relied upon Hunt Hill in the context of cumulative matters?
I don't know, but I'm sure you're going to tell me how many times I've referred to it.
I have counted 18 separate paragraphs in which you rely on Hunt Hill, Mr. Steele.
Well, that's entirely reasonable given its context.
Yeah. And if we look, please, at pages 47 and 48 of your inquiry report, do I there see your summary of the issues in relation to Hunt Hill?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you're not entirely complimentary about Hunt Hill, both in its own right and in the cumulative context?
When you say in its own right, I don't see anything that's specifically critical of Hunt Hill per se. What I do is comment on its context with the proposed development.
Well, will not Hunt Hill be located on the downhill side of the Hunt Hill scheme, not be located on the downhill side of the Hunt Hill and much closer to the A95 and be highly visible?
Much closer than... Sorry, you said...
Closer than Rothes 1, Rothes 2, or in the context we're talking about, Rothes 3?
It will be closer than Rothes 1 and Rothes 2, and it will be closer to the A95 at the point we were discussing, but that's in a position ab law rather than viewpoint 6. Yeah. Yeah. If we take it from viewpoint 6, it will probably be a comparable distance to Rothes 3.
So I suppose you won't know, if you haven't read it, and correct me if I'm wrong, whether the Council's position was that it was outside the relevant search area. This is the 4-turbine scheme, and therefore should not be consented.
I'll take your word for it.
And in any event, you are critical of Hunt Hill in a cumulative context, are you not?
I'm not critical of Hunt Hill per se. I'm critical of Hunt Hill in the context of the proposed development.
Yeah. Well, let me put it another way. You are critical of the juxtaposition between Hunt Hill and Rothes 3, having regard to the cumulative impacts that you tell us about extensively at 18 separate paragraphs.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And would it be, I can go through them all one by one because I have them all neatly marked up here, Mr. Steele. 656 is one example. Do you say at 656 that Hunt Hill would be noticeable against the landform backdrop?
So I'm just reading the context. Yes, at that point, the AIAR Appendix 8.4 suggests that you wouldn't notice the turbines at Hunt Hill because they're so small.
Well, you don't agree with that. You say that they will be noticeable.
Correct, because of the backdrop.
Where is that from?
Pardon?
That's from viewpoint 7, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
What distance is that?
Viewpoint 7 is 11.6 kilometres.
Uh-huh. And you comment unfavourably upon the different rotational speeds and different sizes of turbines as between Hunt Hill and Rothes 3, do you not?
Indeed, and obviously that was referred to in the EIAR as being chaotic.
Do you also not comment adversely about Hunt Hill in respect of footpaths and core footpaths? I refer you to page 83 and 84.
Yes, because that would have been visible from some of the core paths, yes.
That's Hunt Hill in isolation, isn't it?
Yes.
You're critical of. Yes?
Well, I'm not critical, I'm just pointing a fact. It's a statement of fact.
Well, you weren't praising it exactly, were you?
No, it was just a statement of fact.
And at 7.1.12, he talked about the contrast between the rotational speeds being particularly pronounced. Do you not?
Indeed.
And just trying to draw all of that together, Mr. Steele, you have relied heavily or extremely heavily on Hunt Hill in relation to cumulative matters.
No.
Let me finish, please, just a second. In an attempt to argue against the Rothes 3 wind farm. That's clear from the number of times that you've relied upon it in 18 paragraphs and the tone of your language. Is that not a fair assessment?
The tone is impartial, and it's a simple statement.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
The tone is impartial and simple statement of fact. I reported the effects of Hunt Hill in the context of the proposed development, as obliged to do, because at that time Hunt Hill was a consented scheme. You're asking whether I relied on it heavily. I did not. It's just an element within the overall assessment of both effects and cumulative effects in particular, because clearly it wouldn't form part of the existing baseline because it doesn't exist, so it can only be addressed as part of cumulative effects.
Mr. Steele, you're not prepared to accept you relied on it heavily. I'll leave that to submissions later. Will you accept that you've relied on it to some extent in attempting to argue against Rothes 3, the cumulative effects with Hunt Hill?
No, I don't say I rely on it. To be honest, I don't rely on it.
You don't rely on it?
It's just one factor of many, yes.
Well, is it a factor in your argument about cumulative matters?
Yes, because clearly it has to be addressed as part of cumulative
It is a factor
assessment.
which you have relied upon, is it not?
It's a factor that I've addressed in the cumulative assessment.
And do you now realise, Mr. Steele, that in fact, in the event that Rothes 3 is consented, Hunt Hill will not proceed?
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And does that not rather alter the evidence that you have given in relation to cumulative matters? Because you would have to look at that again and perhaps reassess it, or perhaps moderate some of the comments that you've made.
I don't accept the term moderate. That sounds as though that's implicit that some of the
let's not quibble with semantics, Mr. Steele. You would have to alter some of the content. You can't go on about different turbine heights. You can't go on about different rotational speeds being a problem, because it simply will no longer be a problem, will it?
No. Clearly, Hunt Hill coming out of the scheme, obviously references to it will have to be taken out from the document. But clearly, only having received this information with 1 day's notice, I was hardly in a position to make detailed comments on that.
No. And I don't fault you for that, Mr. Steele. But can we agree this, in general terms, that your evidence in cumulative matters would have to be looked at properly in the context that Hunt Hill will not exist if Rothes 3 is consented? That's the first proposition.
Yes, clearly, if Hunt Hill was not to go ahead if Rothes was consented, one would have to take that into account in terms of my references to Hunt Hill and the assessment that I've undertaken.
And all the concerns that you expressed about different heights and rotational speeds and visibility of both would no longer apply?
No, that's not the case, because certainly from elevated viewpoints like Ben Agan and Ben Rinnes, there are disparities between the proposed Rothes 3 and the existing Rothes 1 and 2 developments.
Come on, let's try and save time and get through this today. Insofar as for the topic we're talking about, Hunt Hill, is concerned, and all the comments you've made about different rotational speeds conflicting with Rothes 3, they no longer apply, do they?
They certainly, with regard to Hunt Hill, they no longer apply.
Right, thank you. So far as all the comments you've made about the different heights as between Hunt Hill and Rothes are concerned, that no longer applies either, does it?
I thought I made it clear that any references to assessments associated with Hunt Hill should be disregarded in terms of the reporter's review of the evidence I put forward.
Yes.
Quite clearly that's the case.
Right. Good. That's excellent. Thank you. So, in general terms, can we then accept that the comments that you made in relation to cumulative matters will have to be less stringent, more moderate than they were before, now that you recognise and realise, no criticism intended, that Hunt Hill and Rothes 3 will never coexist?
That's a fair comment, but the assessments that I've undertaken where they refer to Hunt Hill will have to be revisited in terms of your review of it as reporters to reflect the fact that Hunt Hill won't be seen in the context of the existing development.
Sorry, and those such as your clients who tried to oppose the 4-turbine scheme in the first instance might now be pleased that that scheme will not proceed.
You'd have to ask a witness from the Murray Council if that was the case.
Pardon?
You'd have to ask the witness who's worked for the Murray Council as to whether the Murray Council...
I will do that. You wouldn't care to hazard a professional judgment about that, given that they refused the 4-turbine scheme, that they might actually be pleased that it's not proceeding. Do you think that possible?
But that would be in the context of another scheme going ahead that they've also objected to.
Now, can we look, please, Mr. Steele, at the landscape character study, acknowledging straight away that you were not the author of this. CD 5.6. Now, I'm just going to run through some background questions first, which I hope will be non-controversial. Do you accept that this is guidance?
It is guidance.
Do you accept, as was fairly accepted, it was the professional opinion of the landscape witness, Carol Anderson?
Yes.
Do you accept that it is not prescriptive? I have in mind particularly the lines that we'll be looking at shortly.
It depends in its relationship with the SPG. It informed the SPG, so in that sense it forms part of policy.
You know, the guidance itself, the landscape character study, is not prescriptive.
No, that's not the SPG, but does inform the SPG.
Yeah. Well, I'm only asking about the LCT just now. Can we agree it's not prescriptive? It's guidance.
I agree it's guidance. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we agree that this was firstly published in 2017, and since then turbine technology, in terms of types and heights, has moved forward at a pace?
I would agree with that, yes.
Can we also agree that since the date of publication, and I'm not asking you details because it's not your area, but there has been declared to be a climate emergency about which we will hear more from other witnesses?
I understand so, yes.
Yeah. Can we also agree that we appear within LCT 10?
That is correct.
You just give me a moment or two, Mr. Steele. If you could turn up the map at the back dealing with LCT 10, upland, moorlands and forestry.
I have it.
Now, I'm going to take this a stage at a time, slowly, but insofar as the hatched area is concerned, does it appear that that is perhaps 4 kilometres from the eastern boundary of LCT 10? Approximately.
You mean where there's an indent around LCT 10 associated with the town of Rothes?
Well, Mr. Steele, come on. You know that's not 4 kilometres. Let's try and get through this.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
From the eastern side of the LCT10 to the crosshatched area is about 4K, is it not?
So I'm just trying to get some indication of scale.
Well, I think there are grid squares on it.
Yeah, but I've got the ones that are dark are actually every other grid square. So I will tell you from my OS map. That's probably easier. In the vicinity of Rothes, where there is that indentation to the east of the grey hatched area, it's about 1.5 kilometres.
Yeah, I know that, Mr. Steele. But in relation to the eastern boundary, north of that, can we not agree pretty rapidly that's about 4K?
Yes, if not slightly
Thank
more.
you. And so far as the western boundary of the hatched area is concerned, to the western extremity of LCT10 is some several kilometres, maybe 8 or of that order.
Yes, and further than that, in fact.
Pardon?
Further than that, in fact.
Further than that, okay. Well, and in relation to the north-south dimensions, the crosshatched area lies, broadly speaking, in the middle of LCT10, being a small number of kilometres from the southern boundary and a small number of kilometres from the northern boundary.
Correct.
Yeah. But pretty well bang in the middle, roughly speaking.
Roughly speaking.
Yeah. Can we also agree that Meikle Hill, we'll just take this while we're looking at this, is really quite close to the Knockandoo to Dallas Road, and closer than Rothes 1 and 2?
Yes, probably less than a kilometre.
Yeah. And Rothes 2 are a little further away than Meikle Hill.
Yes, about 1.5 kilometres.
And Kellis is nearer to the B-class road running from Dallas to Kellis, I think it is, on the northern boundary than Rothes 1 and 2.
That's about 2.5 kilometres.
2.5. That's from Kellis to the road?
Yes.
Yeah. And Rothes 1 and 2 will be a little bit further away. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And Rothes 3 is further away still.
It's about 6 kilometres.
Yeah, 6K. Well, you've obviously got familiar with these figures then. So can we agree now rapidly that Rothes 3 is further away from Dallas to Knockandoo Road than either Meikle Hill or Rothes 1 and 2?
That's correct.
Yeah. What's the order of magnitude for Rothes 3?
Sorry, what do you mean? What's the order of magnitude?
Right. Approximately how far is it from the road to Rothes 3 in comparison with Meikle Hill, which you've told us is 1, and Rothes 1 to 2, 1 and 2, which you told us is 1.5?
Okay,
Roughly.
I happen to have written these down. So Dallas to Knockandoo, Meikle Hill is 1 kilometre, Callas is 3.5, Rothes 2 is 1.5, and Rothes 3 is 3 kilometres approximately.
3K.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So twice as far as Rothes 1 and 2 and 3 times as far as Meikle Hill. Roughly.
Roughly.
Yeah. And I take it that you will know that Kellis, Meikle Hill, Rothes 1 and Rothes 2 were consented by Murray Council.
That's correct.
We'll look at the details of those later. And I don't think you could confirm this earlier, but are you now able to confirm that Hunt Hill is outside the hatched area as well, that the the Hunt Hill 4 turbines being outside the hatched area to the south of the hatched area?
Well, clearly they're not indicated on the drawing, but I'll take your word for it if that's...
Well, no, don't take my word for anything, Mr. Steele. But are you able to see where the Hunt Hill is?
Oh, yes, indeed, yes.
And that it is outside the hatched area?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So their existence or consenting is contrary to this landscape character study. Is that fair or unfair?
All I can say it is that it doesn't fall within the grey hatched area.
Right, okay. Now, again, let's try and take matters briefly. The purpose of the landscape character study was to identify areas suitable for wind turbines, was it not?
Yes.
Yeah. And broadly speaking, was it the case that LCT 10 found favour in that regard?
Yes.
Yeah. And within LCT 10, the areas hatched, grey or light brown or whatever colour it is.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. And are these the only areas in Moray which are now said to be suitable for wind farm development?
No, if you scroll up to the next.
Sorry, let me put that again. Are the hatched grey areas the only ones that are found to be suitable for wind farm development?
No.
What other areas are there, apart from the hatched grey areas?
Oh, sorry, within that LCT?
Yes.
All right, that's fine. Yes, so I thought you meant within Moray.
Well, let's take it wider. Within Moray, are the areas identified as suitable the grey hatched areas?
On map 8, which is rolling forested hills, there's an area there for 80 to 130 metre turbines.
Sorry, just give me that one again, please. Area?
On character type key map 9, rolling the forested hills, there's an area there that's hatched in and indicated as being potential scope for large turbines 80 to 130 metres.
Yes, but that's hatched grey. That was my point. It is only the areas that are hatched grey that's within Moray are thought now to be suitable in terms of this study.
Yes.
Yeah. And within LCT 10, we see the area, so far as I'm concerned, to the east of the LCT 10. Is that correct?
There's part of a more extensive area that runs into the adjacent LCT, which is just to the east of Hill of Glashgyle, as well as the one that's centred on Rothes.
I realise that, but that's why I said, so far as I'm concerned, it's only the area to the east, which is the grey hatched area.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. So can we please look at the guidance for development? And what weight do you say we should attach to the word guidance, Mr. Steele?
I think that this is the best informed information that we have as to where capacity exists for wind farm development.
Yeah. And that is the grey hatched area within which, and we'll look at the detail later, but within which the vast majority of the Rothes 3 proposal is to be found. Is that not correct?
Yes, it says it's described as potential scope. So it's not saying it's not an absolute, it's potential.
Because one would in any event have to go through a detailed assessment. Would
Indeed,
one not?
And all of that is subject to those detailed assessments.
Having made an application, that has got to be assessed in detail to ensure that it is acceptable. This isn't an absolute carte blanche, is it?
No, and indeed, it's quite clearly indicative because it includes, for instance, you already referred to the SSSI that exists within that.
Sorry, could you just speak into that microphone, please?
Well, quite clearly there are areas within there which are constrained. For instance, the SSSI that you refer to. So that clearly demonstrates that that hatched area is indicative because there are known constraints within that area.
But equally, it's fair to say that there is no absolute prohibition on a wind farm, either outside the hatched area or outside LCT 10. There's no prohibition contained here within this document, is there?
So you're saying that, all right, so you're saying that although this is identifying areas for potential scope, you're saying that that doesn't prohibit development out with that area?
I'm absolutely saying it is not an absolute prohibition on wind farm development out with the hatched area and indeed outside LCT 10.
And indeed outside LCT 10, the hatched area is clearly indicative. So
Thank you. Right. And the guidance has to be looked at clearly, would that be fair?
Yes.
And the reporters may or may not follow the guidance, as may ministers follow it or not, as the case may be. It represents the professional judgment of Carol Anderson and the guidance from Murray Council. Is that fair?
It's prepared by Carol Anderson but adopted by the Council, so therefore it's endorsed by the Council and represents their position. Therefore, there's an obligation to give that a level of weight, I would assume.
So, Mr. Steele, we're asked to set in this guidance turbines within the extensive upland landscape, and I take it there's no dispute that that's where we are.
It's the upland landscape. It's not described as extensive. It says upland, moorlands and forestry.
Well, I'm so sorry. At page 72, Guidance for Development, paragraph 16.3, the word extensive appears in the second line, which is why I used it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And so far as the upland areas are concerned, it said we're to be set well back. As a matter of fact, north-south we're almost in the middle, and from the eastern boundary some kilometres away, and from the western boundary some several kilometres from the western boundary. Is that accurate?
Set well back into the core of the upland area.
Yeah. Well,
which is essentially what's indicated by the hatched area.
yes. Yeah. So do we agree then that the hatched area represents in diagrammatic form the core of the upland areas spoken about here?
It's debatable whether it's not described specifically as the core. The core is the central part, and it may be a more confined area within the hatched area is where the core lies.
Now, that's why I was taking this slowly, but I thought you said that the hatched area was the core, Mr. Steele. That's why I jumped a few questions.
Right.
Well, what is your position?
Okay. Well, if we assume that the grey hatched area is the core, to set well back into the core means that it wouldn't sit on or beyond the southern boundary of it.
Right. So, step one, we agree that the hatched area is the core.
It's a core, yes.
But so far as we're concerned, and Rothes 3, it is the core. I'm not interested in any other grey hatched area, only this one.
Yes, I think it's reasonable to describe it as the core of the LCT, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, and insofar as areas 5A, LCT 5A, 13 and 7 are concerned, we are some distance away from those areas, are we not? I can look at them and give you precise measurements if you want, but I would hope you would agree that general question from me.
Yes.
Sorry, the rich, diverse Upper Lossy Valley to the southwest of Dallas is not an issue for Rothes 3, is it?
No.
Turbines are not sited on or close by. Let's take this slowly. Firstly, Millbuoy, is that correct?
Correct.
Secondly, Hunt Hill, and indeed we will remove 4 turbines that are on Hunt Hill, will we not?
Correct.
Which would be an advantage of our proposal, removing turbines on Hunt Hill.
Yes.
Thank you. Thirdly, we're nowhere near and don't impact on Brown Muir.
No.
Right. And the issue is Carnacalig, which I'll come back to momentarily. So far as the minor road between Dallas and Knockandoo is concerned, we are 3 times further away than Meikle Hill, which the Council thought was suitable of approval, are we not?
Correct.
We are twice as far away as Rothes 1 and 2, which the Council approved. Are we not?
Correct.
So far as the Dava Way is concerned, can we agree there is no issue?
The Dava Way, yes, correct.
Yeah. And so far as the A95 is concerned, our proposal will involve removing 4 turbines, namely those at Hunt Hill, which are closer to the A95 than we are.
And substantially smaller and have substantially less effect.
Pardon?
Which are substantially smaller and would have substantially less effect.
Well, I didn't ask you about size, Mr. Steele, but as a matter of fact, they are closer and we will remove them.
You will remove them, yes.
Is that not accurate?
If this is consented, they will be removed.
Let's take that as read. Otherwise, my questions will be really very long. And that would be an advantage to the users of the A95, not having the 4 turbines from Hunt Hill relatively close at hand, whatever size they may or may not be. Fair comment?
No, not really, because the visibility is different from proximity. So the proximity that I gave you is from Aberlour, where there's less visibility.
I'm not hearing you again.
The issue is proximity, which I answered the question to, whereas visibility is probably better represented by viewpoint 6, where the disparity in distances won't be as great.
But it's still closer, Mr. Steele, surely, Hunt Hill.
I'll just check, won't be a second. No, from viewpoint 6, for the original scheme, that probably turbine 27 is closer than Hunt Hill, so they're at least the same or comparable distance from viewpoint 6.
What about the other scheme, Mr. Steele?
The other scheme, you're going to lose some turbines, so they're probably, again, it will be comparable. So Rothes 3 for the submitted proposed development will be closer, and for the alternative scheme, there would be comparable distance.
Well, let's try this sentence then, which hopefully we can agree about. Turbines of this size, this is the larger topology that we are proposing, should be sited to minimise cumulative effects with smaller turbines within nearer operational consented wind farm. Could we be any better than minimising effects with Hunt Hill than eliminating them, Mr Steele? Is that not an advantage absolutely in accord with that sentence?
With respect to Hunt Hill, that's correct.
And in the next page, do we see that there's caution given to medium-size or large-scale development and smaller turbines because they don't want intervisibility? The emphasis is on the larger type in this guidance. Trying to take the matter broadly and quickly.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
I'll try. At page 73, the guidance seems to indicate that there is a reluctance to have smaller turbines because of possible conflicts with existing turbines. And the emphasis is on providing larger turbines in this guidance. Or to be precise, very large turbines.
So I'm just trying to find the reference. Yes, the last paragraph suggests that they should be set well away from the operational wind farms with respect to smaller turbines.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you. The guidance is really, if not encouraging, permissive of the very large turbines rather than smaller topologies. Is that fair?
Well, the first sentence says there is some limited scope, and the limited is highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the one issue I said I would come back to is Carnacaillich. Firstly, can we agree that we are not sited on Carnacaillich, but we are in fact some 500 metres away from it? Half a kilometre. That is the very nearest turbine.
So you're trying to tell me that Carnacaillich is solely the summit point and nothing more?
Mr Steele, you know how this works. I don't tell you anything. I ask the questions. Can we agree that we are not sited on Carnacaillich?
The turbines are sited on Carnacaillich.
Well, they're not on the top of the hill, are they?
They're not at the summit point, no. But it is it's a slow summit as well, so the summit isn't necessarily as prominent as you might imagine.
And as a matter of fact, we are 500. The very nearest turbine is 500, not kilometres, unfortunately, 500 metres away from Carnacaillich summit.
Yes, which I would describe as close to the summit.
Well, that'll be a matter for judgment. Now, in your document, inquiry report, you have referred to some of our proposal being in and some of it being out, the cross-hatched area. But whichever proposal you look at, it's not cross-hatched, sorry, hatched. Whichever proposal you care to look at, Mr Steele, can you not accept that the vast majority of our turbines are in the hatched area?
The majority of the turbines are in the hatched area, but they're not set well back into the core.
Well, a step at a time. Can we agree that the vast majority of our turbines are in the hatched area?
They are.
Thank you. And the hatched area itself is not prescriptive,
No,
but
it's
merely
indicative.
guidance.
That's indicative.
And insofar as practical constraints that may exist, peat and the like, watercourses and the like, you have got no detailed information to put before this inquiry in that regard. Is
Apart
that
from
accurate?
the drawings that exist within the EIAR, and in particular the constraints drawing.
Well, let's, if I may, Mr. Steele, take you to the appendix at the back of the planning witnesses' evidence as part of his inquiry report, I think. Apologies, I don't have the reference to hand.
I think that's 16.3.2.
Thank you, Madam. And I'm looking at drawing 19000156, 36, the smaller one, T23 turbine one, Mr. Steele. Is that...
Which one out of the sequence? Which one?
Sorry. 2 or 3 on from that, please. 1, 2. Is that next one, please? Is that the one? I think that is the one. If it's not,
That's this.
yeah,
Sorry, you refer to T23, which is a different one.
yeah. It's
That one,
in the legend. It tells you it's a 23 turbine
Yeah.
one, Mr. Steele. Right. We have here the hatched area,
We do.
and the northern half. This is very broad, but the northern half or northern third of the hatched area is in white. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know why that is?
Well, there are constraints that have been identified in the SIV analysis that have identified those as potentially unsuitable.
This is constraints by the council.
Yes.
And do you know what these constraints are?
Well,
If you don't know, say so, and I'll take it from Mr. Templeton in due course.
take it from Mr. Templeton.
Right. Okay. Well, one constraint that I think you've alluded to already is the triple SI.
Indeed.
Yeah. And can we agree then that, although we're not going into the reason for the constraints, because Mr. Templeton's getting the short stick in that one, that not quite half, but perhaps a third of the northern area of the hatched area is actually white due to constraints?
Correct.
Yeah. And if you jump the constraints into another red area, you would be creating a separate cluster of wind farms, or in fact another mini wind farm with a white area in between, if you follow me. That's not very good English, but I hope you got the meaning.
I'm not entirely sure what you're saying, but I would point out that a number of the turbines are within a white area. A number of the proposed turbines are within a white area.
Have no fear, I'm going to cover that, but I'm asking you about the northern part.
Can you try rephrasing the question, please?
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry about that. If we jump the white area and go to Pikey Hill,
Yes.
then there will be a significant gap between the southern turbines and the Pikey Hill turbine or turbines, as the case may be.
Yes. Well, if turbines were proposed on Pikey Hill, they would be subject to a detailed assessment which would determine whether that was a suitable location or not.
Yeah. But that might appear as two separate wind farms and might have all sorts of landscape and visual effects and adverse effects as a result.
Indeed, and that will come out of any detailed assessment of any detailed proposal that came forward.
Do you know whether that's been done or not, Mr. Steele?
That a detailed proposal's come forward.
Well, do you know whether that's been considered?
There are various scenarios considered in the capacity study.
Right. But can we leave it this way? So far as the constraints are concerned, you refer me on very wisely to Mr. Templeman, but we can agree that these occupy a significant portion of the northern part of the hatched area.
They do as they stand at the moment, and subject to detailed assessment, obviously.
Yeah.
I would also add that they don't actually, the central part is coloured red, if you'll note.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that at all.
Well, you're talking about the northern part, but actually the centre of the hatched area is coloured red.
Well, we'll deal with that matter with Mr Templeton and the constraints there as well, Mr Steele. I think you've already accepted you have got no knowledge whatever of wind speeds, do you?
No.
Or land ownership issues?
Apart from what's shown on the, I think it's drawing figure 11.1.
Yeah. Or peat issues, or water resource issues. You've no detailed knowledge of those?
No, they're not within my sphere of expertise.
No. So, it's maybe best not to speculate as to where turbines would go. Would you accept? We have a scheme before the inquiry. It's either going to be acceptable or not.
Correct.
I've just noticed the time. It's 3 o'clock. I've got little distance to go. If you were thinking of a brief break, this might be a good time, and I can gather my thoughts and see where I've still got to go.
Yes, I think that's fine. I think we'll take 15 minutes if we come back at 3:15. Thank you. So I think we're ready to recommence cross-examination. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Steele, I'm just going to try and summarise where we are briefly, and hopefully you'll be able to answer the questions briefly, because I think there is broad agreement now. Firstly, all wind farms, do we agree, will cause some significant effects?
Correct.
Secondly, there is no real difference between you and Mr. Brian Denny on findings of significance.
The occurrence of significance, not the level.
Yes. Sorry, occurrence of significance. No real difference. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. We've also agreed that we're further back from the Dallas-Knockandoo Road than Meikle Hill and Rothes 1 and 2, are we not?
Correct.
We are further back from the Minor Road than Kellis and Rothes 1 and Rothes 2.
Correct.
All of the above wind farms approved happily by Murray Council.
Correct.
We are almost entirely consistent with the indicative hatched area in the landscape capacity study.
I think that's a contradiction in words. You can't be almost entirely. I think that the majority of the proposed turbines lie within the hatched area.
Well, let's not quibble in semantics again, Mr. Steele. The vast majority of our turbines are within the hatched area of the LCS.
Correct.
Thank you. The 4 Hunt Hill turbines, which you've made many comments about in relation to cumulative matters, will be removed.
The Hunt Hill,
or not built, sorry.
Yes, I was going to say the Hunt Hill turbines will not be built if this scheme is consented.
And the Hunt Hill turbines are not consistent with the hatched area of the LCS and will not be built, which may be seen as an advantage. Is that also fair?
That would have a benefit to the scheme, yes, because you're removing an effect.
Sorry.
Yes, there will be a benefit because you're removing an effect.
Thank you. Mr. Steele. Do you not accept, Mr. Steele, that in all these circumstances, taking into account the climate emergency, there's an overwhelming case in favour of consent here, given the terms of the landscape character study?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Seaton and I have a few questions for you. Fortunately for yourself, most of mine have been answered in evidence, but I only have one outstanding. Can I just go back to your inquiry report to paragraph 4.41. Excuse me. In terms of magnitude of visual change, and again, you referred to this in response to some questions from both Mr. Brown and Mr. Steele. You state that the scale of turbines can also be indicated by other factors. Amongst those that you reference are the rotational speed of turbines. So I'm just really interested in perhaps if you could explain what you mean by that in a bit more detail. How does that impact on the scale of turbines and the scale of a wind farm proposal, in effect?
It's to do with your perception of scale. And I think there are enough wind farms and wind turbines in the landscape now for people to have a reasonable understanding of what constitutes a large turbine and what constitutes a smaller turbine. And there are self-evident scale differences, and those are normally picked out by scale indicators. So whatever the turbines are in the context of gives you an indication as to what their scale might be. And we've discussed that in terms of buildings, landform and vegetation. Where that's less obvious is where things like the movement of the turbine blades, if they're going round at a rapid speed, it would be illogical to assume that that was a large turbine, because I think we all know that the larger the turbines are, the slower they rotate. So this is particularly apparent on various schemes where you've got turbines juxtaposed with each other where they're of a different scale. So that will be evident particularly acutely if you had Hunt Hill there, because, putting it pejoratively, the smaller turbines will be whizzing round relative to the large ones, and the difference in scale will be self-evident because of that. So you couldn't argue that there would appear to be turbines that are on a distant hill, because they wouldn't be whizzing around if they were of a similar size and that distance. So there are self-evident indicators as to what their scale is.
So in essence, it reflects the size of the turbine itself?
Yes, the bigger the turbine, the slower they move, essentially.
Thank you. I think Mr. Seaton also has some questions for you.
Yeah, this one relates to your methodology, the methodology section, which is in the inquiry report in Appendix A, and this is the last page of Appendix A, which is page 111. And that describes your approach to assessment of cumulative landscape and visual effects. And I'm looking particularly at paragraph A 5.1.2, which says, therefore, the MSc methodology seeks to address cumulative effects by assessing the combined effects of all existing, under construction and application stage wind farms, and then assessing the additional contribution of the proposed development to these combined effects. So I'm not sure if I entirely follow what's happening in terms of that assessment.
Perhaps I'll give you a bit of background as to where this comes from. Over time, when there weren't as many wind farms in the landscape, cumulative effects was a relatively straightforward exercise to assess, because you'd have one wind farm in one position and another in a quite separate position, and you would assess the cumulative effects of the two wind farms, say, for example. As time has gone on, and you're getting a greater saturation of wind farms and turbines within a given area, cumulative effects has become apparent here, become very complicated. But the underlying fact is that the methodology that was typically used to assess cumulative effects basically worked on the principle that the more wind farms you had in the baseline, both existing, consented and proposed, the less the contribution of any given new wind farm would be, because it's going to be a smaller part of a larger whole. This was recognised in GLVA 3, which acknowledged that combined effects actually was becoming more of a concern because of that consequence. So you're less interested in, you are interested in the individual effects of the proposed development and how that contributes to combined effects, but you need to have an understanding of what those combined effects are in their totality. And that's acknowledged in the EIAR, in fact. So it's becoming more of an established approach. The S&H guidance has 2 paragraphs, which one says that you should assess the additional effects, and I draw attention to the one that says you should assess combined effects as well as additional effects. So there's an ambiguity there within the guidance. But I think it's self-evident that as time goes on and we get more and more wind farms in any particular given area, the combined effects is a factor that we need to know, so that you can't just dismiss the effects of any individual wind farm as being part of, to put it in the terminology used by the applicant, as, well, clusters are developed and therefore that's the new pattern, and therefore a new wind farm is part of the emerging pattern of development. What we're interested in isn't whether it's an emerging pattern or not, it's what is the total effect of the current situation and how might that be changed by the proposed development. Is that not?
So how in practice do you go about doing that?
Well, you assess the effects that
Perhaps an example would help.
Pardon?
Perhaps an example would help.
I was thinking we don't need to pull it up, but if you think about a good example, or perhaps the best example here would be Ben Rinnes, where you've got a view across all of the wind farms within that area, so you have an understanding of them all, and you assess the combined effect of all of the wind farms that are there. Now, you can do that either as existing and consented, or existing consented at an application stage. And then you look at the contribution of the proposed development to those effects. So you might have a level of, this is why levels of significance come into play, because you might have a lower level of significance where it's a significant combined effect, but the addition of the proposed development raises the level of effect, even though both are significant. That's why you need to have that information before you to understand the relative contribution of the proposed development.
But it's not just a matter of totting up the turbines.
No, it is not that. It's also, and again, viewpoint 7 is a good example where you've got overlapping wind farms and you're creating adverse effects as a consequence of that, and then those adverse effects are then further compounded, and very much the case for viewpoint 7, by the turbines in the foreground, which add further to the visual confusion that already exists in terms of the other wind farms that are in the baseline. No, it's not an accounting exercise in that respect.
Right. Can I look at paragraph 4.2 of your report? It's just a matter of clarification. I'm just not completely clear from that. Are you disagreeing with the applicant's approach to assessing magnitude of landscape change?
I'll just read what I've written on that comment. No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just acknowledging that or pointing out that they've acknowledged points that I agree with and are consistent with my methodology.
Now, again, flicking forward in your report, and this is into the third appendix C, and it's paragraph 1.3.3, and there's 5 bullet points there.
Sorry, which?
Sorry, this is in your report, paragraph C 1.3.3.
3.3. Sorry. This is for Ben Hagan, is that correct?
Yes, that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah. So you've got, I'll just read this out. The proposed development would not achieve a visually balanced, simple and consistent image. At 8.6 kilometres, the proposed turbines will be visually prominent as, which I take to mean these 5 bullet
Yes.
points are the reasons why it's visually prominent. So you talk about the moving turbines, the scale indicators. Then some of the turbines are seen against a contrasting landscape background and the inconsistent density of turbines. Why is that last point? Does that last point really go to prominence as opposed to something else?
This is borne out from S&H guidance. Just going through those, it's clearly the first one is that...
Well, my question was only really about the last point. It was simply whether that point, the inconsistency in density, does that really go to the prominence of the proposed development?
Yes, because it's I'm trying to think of the right terms to use, but it creates visual confusion so that when you're looking at turbines, particularly from an elevated position, when you get one turbine behind another and they're moving at, particularly if they're different sizes and moving at different speeds, you get quite a confused image. And the intention is, when you're designing wind farms, is to try and minimise stacking as much as possible as a consequence. But when you've got so many overlapping, you get real densities of conflicting movements within that, which is highly prominent and really does draw your attention. So no, it does need to be within that. And that's compounded when you get existing turbines behind it, which have a different scale and a different speed. So.
Just going back to viewpoint 4, 1.3, C 1.3.3 again.
Yes.
The third bullet. There's a number of viewpoints where this comes up in your assessment. You say that the scale indicators are forestry and buildings, and that these increase the perceived scale of the turbines. It might be worth just having a look at maybe the photo montage of viewpoint 4, which is...
I can tell you straight away that the building shouldn't be there. That's an error.
Oh, okay.
It should be just forestry. Yeah.
Oh, just forestry.
Yeah.
It is just forestry. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well spotted.
So, right. And the forestry that's referred to is the forestry. It's the forestry on the hill itself that the turbines are amongst it.
Yes, and it's particularly where you've got forestry, where you've got areas of clearance, because then you get vertical edges where you can see the scale of the trees against the scale of the turbines.
Okay, well, it might be worth just having a look at that image. So, sorry, I should have identified it. I think it says actually. Is it EIR CD? No, I better look it up and.
Yeah, that's it. I can find it.
So it's CD 3.3, 3.4, so it's volume 3A, and it's figure 817.
What I would suggest, if you go to the very final one of those images, which is 17G.
Yeah, 17G, yes.
Yeah, that's probably your best bet.
So in that image, the the forest edge, you're saying?
Yes, but so if you take the turbines to the left there, you come in, let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the fifth one in, and then those others running to one side of that. You can see the relative scale of the turbines relative to the height of the leading edge of the forestry.
And you wouldn't just regard the forestry as a horizontal element in the landscape there?
Yes, it's the vertical rather than the horizontal that I'm thinking of in that context. And you can, you've got forestry in the foreground, so you've got clues as to how high these trees are. But it's quite clear and self-evident when you compare that with the scale of the turbines in the background.
So at viewpoint 5, in the assessment of viewpoint 5, paragraph C 1.4.3, you also refer to forestry. And that again will be the forestry on the hill rather
Yes.
than the forestry immediately by the viewpoint, yes?
Yes.
Yes. And the same for viewpoint 6.
Yes, well, quite evidently at viewpoint 6. But at viewpoint 6, you've also got the addition of the buildings in the foreground.
And in paragraph C 1.8.3, that refers to partial. Just a moment. Sorry, this is back to the inquiry report, Helen.
So what paragraph was it again?
It's C 1.8.3, and again there's the bullets as to why, giving the reasons about as to the why it does. In this case, it doesn't achieve a visually balanced, simple and consistent image, and it's the fourth. There's 4 bullet points, and it's the third bullet point there.
Yes, the issue with partial screening is that S&H in their guidance suggests that when you get turbines, it's essentially where just the hub is hidden just below the topography is the normal kind of example.
Sorry, can you speak in the microphone?
Sorry, where the hub sits just below the skyline, and you're just getting the turbines flicking over like this.
Yeah.
That's considered to be particularly visually prominent and distracting is probably the best word to use for
Right.
that.
So it would be better, in your view, if the whole turbine was there?
It's because you've got partial visibility of the turbine. It's not saying that it's going to be better. It's just that particular effect where you're just getting turbines flicking over the horizon can be visually confusing, as well as turbines that are set above.
Even in the background of a, where there are a number of turbines present, and the turbine blades are in the background.
Yes, I think that's fair and reasonable.
Right.
I think.
Well, it might be worth can we have a look at CD 717? Which is the S&H guidance, which I think you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got it here. Perhaps if we have a look at the I think it's just after paragraph 3.36, or just before, rather. Is it? Yes, it is. Look.
Sorry, the partial screening is actually in paragraph 2.29.
No, I know that.
Oh, right,
I know
yeah.
that. No,
Right,
but I
sorry.
was looking at that picture there in paragraph 3.36, or just above paragraph 3.36. I mean, is that the kind of? I mean, it seems to be positive about this, albeit in a different context. But is that the kind of view you're thinking about? That there seems to be one turbine blade in the background there in that picture, and a hub that's partially screened.
Yes, that would. I agree with that, because this is about the relationship between the land uses here. This is a different argument. It's not looking at the, but it's when you're getting them flicking. It's less so when the hub sits above the skyline. It's more so when the hub sits below the skyline. You're just getting flicking turbines.
But there is a blade in that picture that's where the hub is below the skyline, isn't there? Just two turbines, well, just beside the second full turbine from the right. Maybe my eyesight's deceiving me, but I think there is
I think that's a
turbine blade
that's
there.
a hub sitting up there, and that's the point. It's less of an effect when you've got a hub there and you can see the context. It's when you've got single turbines flicking over in the background.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I think there is a blade there, isn't there? Just one blade crossing the skyline, just beside it, the second turbine in from the left, from the right rather.
It's hard to
Just
say.
beside that.
Unfortunately, the print I've got doesn't show it.
Right. Okay.
I can't see it on the screen. I see. There's one there.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I've got you. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm describing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but that's a negative impact, is
yes.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Just in respect of viewpoint 18, this is the one at Blackboat Bridge.
Yes.
I'm just imagining. I'm going to have to go back and look at it again, and I'm imagining what my site visit is going to be like. So I'm just wondering if you can say now whether the proposed development can be seen from the river itself by kayakers and fishermen, if they're actually in the river.
I haven't gone down and waded into the river,
Right,
but
okay.
I pretty guarantee. Yeah, I would. Yes, guaranteed. Yes.
You think it is?
Yes. You would.
Sorry, I didn't catch that answer.
I think
Yes, you would see it from the river.
From the river itself. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine I'll just have to go and look then.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
haven't been and waded into the river to check.
Yeah.
But no, I would. That's,
Okay, well, I'll
you would
find
still
a
see
way of looking
turbines,
at that.
absolutely. You've got to remember the distances involved. It's not
Yes.
that sort of elevational difference isn't going to make an enormous amount of change.
Right. Okay. Right, and in respect to viewpoint 19, which is the extra viewpoint, again, it's a similar question. You've mentioned in paragraph C.12.3 of your report, in the last bullet point there, so on page 137, that's it. It was just in relation, again, it's the scale indicators, the forestry and the buildings. I take it the forestry is the forestry up on the hill, but I couldn't work out what buildings it was.
Maybe.
It's not this one.
Perhaps that's in error as well. I think that's probably. I'm happy to accept just strike out buildings there.
Oh, just to strike out the buildings, yeah. And the forestry is the forestry up on the hill.
Yeah, it is the forestry. Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering. I had a further question about the way that you deal with roads and the susceptibility of users of roads, or susceptibility of roads as a receptor for visual effects. I think you deal with a number of road viewpoints. I think 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 18 and 19 are all road type viewpoints.
Yes.
And you you make an assessment in each case of susceptibility of low to high.
Yes.
I mean, are there many roads that don't have a low to high susceptibility in your view?
Yes, some major roads, so trunk roads, for instance, where the majority of people are passing through, and aren't going to have a high proportion of either local people using it or indeed tourists using it necessarily. So in that situation, you would have low to medium would be more typical. I've always felt that medium is what's suggested by GLAIA, but I've always felt that there are circumstances where there's predominance of low to medium, and there are circumstances where there are medium to high, where it might be a promoted tourist route, for instance. So you have to reflect that, I think, in terms of the susceptibility of the users. And so, for instance, on the B road, it is on the Malt Whisky Trail, and you'd have probably seen the signs that direct you along it. And I think in those circumstances where you've got a promoted road route, I think you have to reflect that in the susceptibility of some of the users. Now, you don't have empirical evidence as to what the numbers exactly are, so that's why I express it as a range, because there are going to be a range of effects on the people that use that particular road.
That's a function of value, isn't it?
Yes,
question
particularly at 19, you've got the value element there is that you've got not only the view directly in front of you of Carnacaile, but you've got the view sitting to the right of the road, which is looking across the Spey Valley and beyond. And if you're coming in the other direction, you have Spey Valley and Ben Rinnes, which contributes to that particular view. So it's a combination of the two.
Good, yes, thanks. That's everything I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pass over to you, Mr. Brown, for re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Steele, just on the point about the road, viewpoint 19, the B9102, I'd like to take you back to a line of examination by Mr. Steele, where you were discussing the road, and there were various points put to you about whether those visiting a distillery would be put off from visiting the distillery because of the turbines. You remember?
Yes, yes.
And I'm not hearing the question.
Mr. Steele, Mr. Gordon Steele, I'm just taking Mr. Steele back to your line of questioning about the B9102 road and the lines which you put to him to the effect that those choosing to visit a distillery would not be deterred from visiting this distillery because of the presence of turbines. Now, what I have you noted as saying in that examination is it's not to do with the numbers visiting, and you said to Mr. Steele that he was missing the point. It's to do with the sensitivity of the receptors. Could you expand upon that, please?
Well,
what did you mean by that?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not here as a tourism witness. I'm here as a landscape architect looking at landscape and visual effects, and the activity of the receptor dictates their sensitivity by and large. And if you're a tourist travelling on the malt whisky route, you have, and it's the Spey Valley malt whisky route, you've come there for a particular reason to enjoy the landscape whilst you're there. So therefore it's reasonable to expect that you're going to be at a higher level of sensitivity.
And just for the avoidance of doubt, you're saying that for that purpose, the fact you might be en route to a distillery is not material?
Sorry, can you express that again?
Sorry. What you're saying is that the fact that you're en route to a distillery is incidental to their enjoyment of the scenery?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Okay. Now, could I take you to viewpoint 18, please? And this is in the alternative proposed development, and the CD reference is CD 3.14, and it's figure 831F. And Helen, if you could please expand the area just above the yellow broom bush to the left-hand side. And this was one, Mr. Steele, where you may remember that it was quite difficult to look at it on screen, and I have a hard copy available for you if you'd like to look at that. You fine with that?
Yes, I'm fine, yeah.
Yeah. And what I noted was that you referred to the fact that you can see two hubs in that photograph,
Yes,
and three tips.
There are the two hubs,
Yes.
and there is, if you look to the left where the skyline meets the trees, you can see a tip there.
Yep.
So if you're just a bit to the right, you may be able to see the hub of that, I'm not sure. Then if you're going to the right, you can see another tip pointing up.
Yes.
If you go to the right of that, there's another hub there, and then beyond that, there's a tip that you can just see. There's one there, and there's one to the left of that, in between that one and the hub one there. That's
Right.
it.
Okay.
Well done with the cursor.
Now, I didn't take you to this viewpoint earlier today. I took you to the viewpoint for the original proposed development. And I asked you at the end of each viewpoint whether the alternative proposed development had any impact upon your assessment of the original, compared to the original proposed development. Now, when we covered this viewpoint, you said that your original assessment, according to the original proposed development, had not changed when you saw the alternative proposed development.
The finding of significance had not changed.
The finding of significance had not changed. And why do you hold that view?
Because, to reiterate, the skyline at that point forms the focus to the view. The perspective directs the eye to that point, and you've got a clear, simple moorland skyline as it stands at the moment. And it's seldom that you get a view, in fact, where you get such a strong direction of the eye towards a given point, so that it is inevitable that your attention will be drawn to that. Also, SNH stressed the importance of skylines and their visual prominence, and that's to a certain extent self-evident. And when you're going to introduce large-scale moving objects onto the top of that skyline, they will become the focus of the view. So that's clearly an adverse effect and detracts from what is otherwise an iconic, particularly the view from the bridge looking down the river. You have effectively an iconic view of the Spey, and you're going to have right smack in the focal point of that large-scale moving objects, which are going to distract from your enjoyment of that view.
And as it so happens, I see we have tips in this viewpoint. Is this viewpoint and those tips relevant to the point you were making earlier about tips?
Yes, because it might be easy to assume that the tips, because they're partially screened, are going to have less visual effect, but they can, as we've just previously described, be just as distracting.
Okay, thank you. So if you can just bear with me for a moment. Okay, could I now turn to Hunt Hill and the questions which were put to you regarding Hunt Hill? The first point is, when did you learn about the position in relation to Hunt Hill, so far as the potential for it being developed is concerned?
Yesterday.
And so how long have you had to reconsider your report in light of that knowledge?
Well, given my existing commitments to I had no time at all, in actual fact.
So just to be more precise, when yesterday did you learn about Hunt Hill?
Just before I departed to come up to Moray.
Okay. And when talking about Hunt Hill, we've got 4 turbines. Can you remember what height those turbines are?
Not offhand.
Okay. If I was to say to you 6 to 7 metres, would that help?
Yes, that would be about right, I would imagine.
Okay. And if I could ask you, please, to have before you CD 314, which is figure 860. $860. Yes, now it's quite difficult to see on screen, but this is a comparative wireline for viewpoint 6. And this is comparing the original proposed development and the alternative proposed development. Do you have that?
Yes, I have it now.
Yes. Now, we looked at this earlier this morning, but it wasn't the comparative wireline. And we see there the various wind farms which can be seen from viewpoint 6. And we see to the right of Rothes 3, Hunt Hill.
Indeed.
There. Now, if you were to take Hunt Hill out now, what impact would that have on the view you expressed earlier today?
It would have no effect on the level of significance or prominence of the proposed development. I also note, actually, given what Mr. Steele said to me about the position of Hunt Hill turbines on Hunt Hill itself, it's quite evident that the ones to the right might sit on the skyline, but the two turbines to the left are quite clearly beyond the skyline in this particular view.
Okay, perhaps, Helen, you could blow up the area just at Hunt Hill. That would be very helpful. Yeah, just there.
Was that viewpoint 7? Sorry, I'm looking at viewpoint 6.
Sorry, 7. Sorry, I said 6. Sorry, I meant 7. Yes, this is Ben Rinnis. So this has no impact. Is that what you said?
Yes, the cumulative effects there, I think we discussed this, that the left-hand turbines for the proposed development sit to the front of the existing Rothes 1 and 2 turbines, and you can see the visual confusion that's created as a consequence.
Yes.
That really demonstrates that. Now, clearly there are cumulative effects with Hunt Hill, which is partially separated from it, but the actual effect of removing Hunt Hill doesn't address those other major problems in terms of the cumulative effects with existing turbines.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to take you to that part of your cross-examination where you were taken to Kellis and Meikle Hill. Now, you might not know this off the top of your head, but we can look it up. How many turbines are there in the Kellis?
Oh dear, I just have to find the right drawing. I think we'd better get one of the cumulative assessment drawings, I think.
I'm happy to.
I've got figure 8.8 in front of me.
Well, in actual fact, could I take you to the land capacity report? And if we go to page 11 of that.
Is that CD 5.6, is it?
CD 5.6, sorry, yes. Sorry.
And sorry, what page?
It's page 11, I believe. Electronic page 11. That's it. Yes, if you can just pull that up. Thanks very much. So you can just, yeah, thank you. So we can see all of the tables. So here we see and appreciate this is the capacity study and you've not prepared us, but we see
All right.
that we have, for Kellis, we've got 4 turbines with a height of 100 metres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for Meikle Hill, we've got 6 of 126.5
Yes.
metres. Now, how do those compare to the proposal which is before our reporters for consideration?
Well, clearly the turbines that are proposed as Rothes 3 are far taller than those turbines.
Yeah, and what impact do the numbers have?
And they're obviously a smaller number.
Okay, thank you. Now, I would like to take you further on in the capacity study to paragraph 16.3, which is electronic page number 74, Helen. And you were taken to this by Mr. Steele. Now, the paragraph starts with the phrase "some limited scope has been identified for very large turbines around 150 high to be accommodated in this more extensive upland landscape." What do you think is meant by limited?
Well, the clear implication is that there's only a limited scope means there's a limited area and space and number in terms of the turbines.
Okay, thank you. And that paragraph continues that turbines should be set well back into the core of upland areas, avoiding ridges and hills, which form immediate skylines to the adjacent smaller scale settled rolling farmland and forest with valleys, 5A, narrow farm valleys, 13, and the broad farmed valley, 7. What is the broad farmed valley?
It's the Spey Valley.
It's the Spey Valley. Where does the I'm sorry, there's no need to do it that way. The A95 runs through the Spey Valley?
It does. It runs along the southern side of the Spey Valley.
Yes. Sorry. So we had evidence from you this morning about viewpoint 6 and the fact that the turbines could be seen on the skyline. So pulling that together, that would be an impact on the Broad Farm Valley?
Indeed, it would,
Well,
yes.
so that's an entirely leading question and contrary to the answer that was given to me in cross-examination.
Well, if we go back to the A95,
Yes.
of the areas which are listed here,
Yes.
where does the A95 run?
The A95 runs through the Broad Farm Valley, which is coincident with the Spey Valley.
And where is viewpoint 6?
Viewpoint 6 is on the A95, looking across the Spey Valley towards the LCT10.
And going back to your evidence this morning, what effect does the proposed development have upon the Broad Farm Valley?
There'll be indirect landscape effects upon the Broad Farmed Valley.
And why is that?
Because of the because of the prominence and position of the proposed development and the fact that it sits upon a sensitive skyline that's been identified for the Broad Farm Valley.
Thank you. If I may just have a moment, Madam. Sorry, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
You're excused now.
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution.
Thank you. Bye.
I think before we finish today, we just have a couple of points to pick up on from our earlier discussions. I think, Mr. Brown, you were going to update us on the outcome of the committee meeting today.
Yes, Madam, I was. I'm advised that the The report in relation to the supplementary guidance was approved, subject to modification of the deadline from the 21st of September 2020 to the 21st of October 2020, and with regard to the indicative regional spatial strategy, that was approved subject to the correction of some typos. I'm also conscious, Madam, that Mr Templeton, at paragraph 2.6 of his supplementary report, said that he would be speaking to his colleagues who prepares the maps and that he would hope to be in a position to report before tomorrow whether any of the minor adjustments had any impact upon the proposals. I understand that Mr Templeton is acting or dealing with that this afternoon, and I've just checked and I don't yet have an update on that, but hopefully I'll be able to start tomorrow with that update.
That's fine. I think if you could perhaps just confirm what you've just said in an email to the inquiry parties, and
yes,
you can update us in the morning.
Yes, and if we hear after close of business what the position is, we'll send an email reporting
can I just
the position.
ask, sorry, can I just ask, when you say the deadline has changed from 21st of September to 21st October, that's for the...
Well, that was for the formal preparation of the guidance as amended in accordance with the mandate given to do that.
Okay. You can update us in the morning, or preferably before that, if
yes,
possible.
we'll certainly try to do that,
Thank you. I have just one final query, just to check in terms of the start time tomorrow. We're hearing all the, starting with policy evidence tomorrow, so I wonder if everyone is amenable to maybe starting at 9:30. If that's
fine.
looking to Mr Trinick. Is that all right for council staff travelling?
Yes, Madam, that will be fine.
Good. Okay.
Madam, I wonder if it would
Yeah,
also be possible
certainly.
to have an update as to estimates, because these things chop and change. Obviously, I know Mr Trinick is now going to be significantly longer with Mr Templeton, but I wondered whether the council have got any update in positions that just affects witnesses and availability and when we may or may not finish.
Well, I haven't quite drawn my mind to that particular point, but I will try to make sure that I complete the evidence within the allocated time in the programme, if not quicker.
I think the original, certainly our programme is allowing for an hour at the moment, cross-examination, for
Yes.
each witness. Yeah.
Yes, Madam, I'd certainly keep it within that.
Okay. Thank you very much, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.